Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Black Dragon Tavern. I'm your host, Dante.
I'm your host, Deacon.
Did you almost fall out of practice there? It seems like
Almost.
it's
Yeah,
been forever, hasn't it? We are
it had.
super excited, super happy to be here for our season two premiere kickoff here, and we've got a lot of stuff packed in tonight, and we've got some super special guests that I'm going to introduce in just a moment. But couple things I wanted to do, a couple of housekeeping things I want to do right away while we kick the stream off because I know I'll just get into this and I'll forget about it, right, Deacon? You know how it gets. So
Oh,
we do this every Friday and Saturday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Central, and every other Friday now from 8 p.m. to midnight when we play Dante's game. And that's a new thing that we're kicking off here. It's a homebrew fantasy RPG that I've been cooking up for going on 42 years now. Actually, 42 years this year. And if you watch the end of our last season, the season finale, we did a test run of the game via Roll20, and that went pretty well. And super excited to pick that up. And everybody said, "Hey, let's do it again." So you can check that out on our About page for details on the schedule and the type of content that we broadcast. And then as we kick things off here, I want to give a couple of shout outs to some folks that have been really instrumental in helping get things off the ground for us and been super fantastic and super gracious streamers in terms of helping us hype and promote the channel. So first off, out of the gate, I want to thank WonderLustRPG. If you're out there, I know you're streaming tonight. You got your own D&D game going on, and I hope it goes well. But for those of you who are out there in chat, lurking or whatever, check out Wonderlust RPG. Such a fantastic streamer. He's got some really great content. He does his own D&D game, and what I love about that is he just volunteered out of the blue while he was raiding somebody else's channel to run a D&D game for them. So he wound up getting 5 random streamers from across Twitch that had never played D&D, and D, and he ran a game for them. And I think that's super awesome. That's what really makes Twitch that the small streamer content like that. So Wonderlust RPG, check him out. Another one I want to shout out to is Meadow Fairy. Super chill. I had never heard of her, but I learned about her through Wonderlust RPG. Super chill streamer who does old school video games and also does ASMR. So if that's your thing, check out her channel. And again, she was gracious enough to hype our channel. And between Wonderlust and Meadow Fairy, we picked up about 6 new viewers. So 6 new followers. So thank you everybody for signing up and following us. As you may know, we're going for our affiliate status, and we're only about 15 follows away. So, again, we'd appreciate that if you hit that follow button. Another massive shout out that I want to give out to is Lantern Noir. And I mentioned Rob a lot because he's been really super cool about just talking with me on his Discord channel about just how to run a Twitch channel, things to do and things to look out for. And he's been really great with advice and all that. And he's old school like me. And so check his channel out. And he does a thing like I think every other Friday called Graybeard's Tavern, where he joins up with another streamer named Polymorph, and they just kick it real about gaming and everything related to gaming. So super thank you again to Lantern Noir. And I would be absolutely remiss if I didn't mention the new channel I'm excited to finally be able to hype. And Deacon, that's our friend Joe. Border Kingdoms Adventures. So Border Kingdom Adventures. Check that channel out. It's run by our longtime friend Zombie Joe. And he
no.
just started this channel up, but he's a veteran gamer. And so, a veteran streamer, I should say, and a veteran gamer. I've known him for the last, I don't know, 17, 18 years now.
Yeah.
And his stream, he runs Adventures League D&D. So check that out. You can find all of the streamers that I mentioned and more on the bottom of our About page or the bottom of our homepage here on Twitch. Or hop on the Discord server. You can find the link to that on our About page, and then you can get more information on that as well as our socials. So on that note, I'm going to be doing a little bit of social drops here in the chat, so you've got those links. And now, lest they feel alone and abandoned, let me introduce our awesome guests who will be playing Dante's game with us starting tonight and every other Friday on our channel for eternity. So Deacon
Wait,
and
hold
I,
on.
I don't know where Deacon went. He's like ghosting out of the picture there. Are you still there?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Here.
oh, okay. You're just
Get
making a
back in
game
the
out of
camera,
it
bro.
now.
He's just playing the ghost
Yeah,
game.
he's
So,
playing the ghost. So anyway, we'd like to welcome our
Nice.
return guest and regular guest, Gryphon. Thanks for joining us again, Gryphon. It's good to have you here as always. And
Where's my ham?
where's your
There
hand?
we ah.
Oh, you got some ghosting going on too. It's the wonder
Yeah.
of the second-rate green screens that we all use through Discord. And
Yeah.
special guest Jeff Preston, long friend, long like what, Jeff, 16, 17 years since we
oh
first met,
yeah, like
back in like
like
2004, 2005 when I first moved here.
yeah.
Yeah, the original Misty.
It was the original the Misty Crew.
Yeah, well, it's really
Back
great
in the
to have you.
day.
Yeah, back in the
Yeah.
day. It's fantastic to have you here, and I'm super
Good to be here.
excited about this. So again, if you're tuning in, welcome. We are doing what is called Session Zero. If you're new to D&D, typically what happens is when you put a group of players together, the first thing you do is you get everybody in a group, in a game, in a room, and you talk things out about what your social contract is going to be. And there are a lot of things involved in that. So that's what we're going to spend some of the time tonight doing. And depending on how that goes, we may or may not jump right into the opening chapter of the game. So stick around, chat with us in the chat. We'd love to have you jump in. And so, all right, guys, let me first of all say welcome to Dante's game. Jeff,
Yeah.
you played this years ago, you and Kay, the lovely Kay, and I hope she's doing well.
I was tidying up the room today,
Uh-huh.
and I found this.
Let's see, hold it up there. Look at that.
That is awesome.
Yeah, I actually have a hard copy from 1,000 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's fantastic. I forgot about that. Like, I've changed those rules so many times, you know.
oh yeah.
I still have your character sheet and Kay's character sheet with all the elven goodies and stuff, and I don't
Yeah.
get rid of that stuff. I retire the characters, but I'll turn them into NPCs. So you might run into yourself. Create a little like matter antimatter thing there in the continuum of Dante's game.
Yeah.
And Gryphon played for the first time back right near the end of 2021. There, our season finale.
Yeah.
Did a one shot with us, and that was fantastic.
It was fun.
You know, I think I hope you were excited to come back, because when we asked.
Oh,
you,
yeah.
like, yeah. So again, welcome. So again, each of you has a different level of experience with the game here, and effectively, like, I'll go through some of the mechanics and all that. We're not going to get super detailed into that, but again, this is our session 0, and it's a time where I'll share with you some of the mechanics of the game, talk a little bit about the world and its background. Some of that I did put up on the Discord server. And most importantly, it's a chance for us to talk about the social contract at the virtual table, the do's, the don'ts of what we're each capable of role-playing through during the game. So, just to recap, Dante's game is a homebrew fantasy RPG that I've been cooking for 42 years now, depending on how you look at it. The mechanics and the rules, such as they are a combination of many different game systems, going all the way back to the original D&D, with a bit of chivalry and sorcery. Another standalone system that came out in the 80s called Arcanum, and some elements of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay thrown into one big tasty gumbo of a game that makes for what I like to look at as an old school feel with some teeth and just enough crunch, when you need it. So the background in that was originally there were other elements from games like one called Morrow Project. It was a Vietnam era game. Gamma World, it's a classic TSR game. Boot Hill, another classic TSR game. But a lot of those elements have since been shuffled out and replaced with other things that just seem to work a little bit better. So this game has really come a long way in terms of that. And I inherited the system from my old gaming group in Michigan. We were called the 3D Gamers. And I was first introduced to the rules in the 90s. So you may be saying that math doesn't add up because you said 42 years. Where did you get that if you got it in the 90s? We'll come around to that in just a minute. So these guys that I met had been brewing up the mechanics and the core system for quite a while before I met them. And eventually, when that group parted ways, um, I was left with the task of carrying the torch. And one of our friends moved to California. One of them moved down south to West Virginia. He wound up dying. God rest his soul. And then my friend Dave that moved out to California passed away. God rest his soul. And then it was just the Budge and I, James Blatch. And we've had some funny stories about Jim on previous broadcasts. So he got tired of running the game because he was like, probably between Jim and Dave, they ran it 50-50. And Jim got tired of it. He goes, your turn to carry the torch. So I did. Took the rules and I ran with them, and I put them into paper format for the first time. I got them all organized digitally. I printed them out, play tested the crap out of them. But it's still a labor of love. They're still evolving. Now, about the 42 years and where that comes in, the adventure world that you all are about to drop into. It's a world of my own concoction, and it's been running and growing for 42 years, since the time I was 12. Since literally 24 hours after the first day that I played my very first RPG at the age of 12. And that was Redbox D&D. Actually, it was the blue book, the label, the rule book with the blue cover on it and the dragon on it. And I've got a copy of that in my game room. But
Nice.
it was, an experience for me. So I knew immediately, like, I want to do this. I want to make this a full-time hobby. So I started building a world, and much like you do when you're 12 years old, you're influenced by what you know around you and what you read in history books. And so that's how this world came to be. So, people say, well, what's the world like? And I try to get it down to like a 30-second nutshell synopsis, and I think the best I can do is that it's a rich, mature world with many places that are yet to be discovered, but I've fleshed out much of the world that you could be dropped into any place, anytime on the map, and hit the ground running, and you'll always find something to do, someone to meet, somewhere to go. So the cultures themselves may be familiar to you, and you'll be like, oh, okay, I get it, I see. And that's both intentional and a carryover from being a new world builder and being influenced again by what I knew in history, or
Sure.
I thought I knew at the time. So it makes it a little bit easier to move around in the world because there's a sense of familiarity and there's enough unknown there to still keep you on your toes. So, a couple of big things about the game before we dive into the social contract part of it. And I do this for every group that starts off here. And it's important to know because this will help sort of give you an idea of like if this is for you or not. Death exists in game. I'm just going to put that right out there right up front. And that's for both NPCs and characters alike. There's a very real chance that at some point in the game, like after you start adventuring, you may have a date with death. And I don't pull punches with the rules simply because there are no other means and mechanics to avoid this fate. Should you choose, like there are things like fate points, there are boons from the gods, there are things that you can do. So, two of the primary ways to avoid character deaths are: one, don't do stupid things with your character, like single-handedly trying to take out a lich. Two, learn your skills, and I can't stress that enough. Learn them inside and out, so you have resources and alternatives, to hack and slash. You can't just get through this game with hack and slash. I'll tell you that right up front. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, I added three other ways to avoid. So our three main points are: sorry, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah.
3.
It's a homebrew. It's going to change.
Use your fate points. Each of you rolled during character creation, whether or not you knew it. I had you roll for fate points, and then I assigned those to your character. They don't come back, or at least they don't come back easily. I don't hand them out like candy. You'd have to do something pretty monumental in game in order for the gods to smile upon you. But the nice thing is that they can be used for a lot of different things, and we'll go into the details about that later. 4, beg others to use their fate points so that you can avoid death. That's another use of fate points that has happened maybe once or twice in the last, several decades that have been running this, but it does happen. You'll get somebody nice enough every now and then that will do that. And 5, ask your companions to seek out a priest who can perform a resurrection ritual. You'll probably own a shit ton of gold to them, but you'll live. And it's not something, again, like going to your Walmart where you can just drop in and pick up some supplies and, I'll take a resurrection kit while I'm here. They're going to have to seek that out. So those are all things that, like, you're going to want to think about. And the reason I stress these is...
A resurrection kit while I'm here.
Yeah, the business that I ran online, geekfoundry.net, we had what we called the Gamer Emergency Kit, actually in a first aid box. Yeah, I don't have one of those in-game for your characters. So, but, like, as players, you invest a lot of time in creating your characters, and I want to respect that as a DM. I'm not a TPK DM by any means. I hate that. It's just not in I'm not woven like that at all. So what I tried, at the same time, I don't want to nerf things for you guys. I really want you to feel like you earned what you have. So, these are the things, these are the 5 things, and I can put them up on the Discord server that you need to know about death in Dante's game. The second thing that's really big is Dante's game isn't a polished system with hordes of playtesters and writers and editors to perfect every little detail. It's a homebrew, and it's me, and I'm tweaking it. So there'll be hiccups, and I try to work as fast as I can to fix them. And when actually, with the way that I wrote up my show notes were, we try to work fast to fix them. And when I say we, I don't mean just me. It's you guys too, because I really do actively engage all my players for feedback and input on the rules tweaks and the mechanics, because the goal is to keep the game fun, fast, and enjoyable. So if a mechanic is really bothering you, say so. And let's see what we can do to tweak it and fix it. Keeping in mind that ultimately I strive to keep the playstyle to a certain feel or aesthetic that isn't super nerfed. So we'll test that out. And a lot of the storylines, well, probably Deacon, what would you say, like 90%, 80% of the storylines are player-driven, character-driven?
I don't know. I'd say a big chunk of them. And all the stuff that's not character-driven is small stuff like filler quests to earn tiny bits of gold here and there.
Right,
So,
right, the little radiant quests or side quests or whatever. But, I'll paint... The way I look at myself as a DM, you'll hear me say DM and GM interchangeably. It just, I don't, one or the other. Most people associate DMs with D&D and GM is just game master. But the way that I like to look at myself is I'm an artist, and I've got a canvas in front of me, and I stare at that canvas, and something comes to me, and I'll start the broad brushstrokes of that painting, that landscape, and then I'll get it to a point where it's like a dream. It's recognizable to those who get dropped into it, and there's enough there for them to run around and play in. But then it's on them to create the history, to create the details, create the interactions. And what I do is I watch and I take a lot of notes. So everything you do in game, I take notes on virtually, and it will have an impact, positive or negative, sometimes neutral. I try not to go always to the polar opposites of that spectrum, but the point is that the things that you do in game will have an impact, and they may or may not come back later on, including the relationships that you build with NPCs and regular recurring NPCs and stuff like that. So, those are the 2 big things. So if either of those things don't work for you, now's the perfect time to bow out gracefully. No hard feelings, but we really hope you'll stay. And you don't have to do it on camera. That would be kind of awkward. But,
I trust you in your running that, hey, we're in the middle of a scene and we're doing something that if you don't know something right off the top of your head, you're going to wing it and we can suss it out later.
Yeah.
But sure. We're kind of focused on keeping the momentum going, and we've got this cool vibe, and I like to be able to keep that flowing rather than, let's stop and look that up. Stop and go through pages. No, and that just kills the moment. It's just like, dude, I trust you. You just make a judgment, make a ruling. I'm cool with it. And if we want to find a more elegant way later. Fine.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes. And the nice thing is, because I've run this adventure world for so long now, he can tell you, like he mentioned this on stream several times, because I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but it really made me proud and brought a little tear to my eye as a father, like when Deacon said, one of the things that I really like and I'm impressed by is like we can be anywhere in the game and we can ask a question about like the government system or the religion, the pantheon of gods, or anything, and you'll just go, yeah, okay, so here's how it works in this area. And I know that stuff because I've played this for so long in my head, and I've documented, all these different cultures and concepts and things like that. And speaking of which, a lot of that is on the Discord server. So if you guys go there, there's an encyclopedia of sorts that will give you the breakdown from a high level on all the main adventuring contents. And we're going to take a look at a map too, and we'll talk about that tonight, so you have a little more of a background on the adventure world itself. But before we do that, let's go ahead and let's jump in. So here are a few more things I want to share with you all. So we're clear on a few hard lines and ground rules that will really help establish this social contract. I broke it down into 7 principal areas that we try to follow, and we obviously, the point of tonight is to hear from each of you on those and help solidify the experience. So number 1, we're all here to have fun. At any time, for whatever reason, if you're not having fun, please say so. Don't bottle it up and let it tear you up. It's nobody does any good to themselves that way. Let me know as the DM what challenges or issues you're having, and if we can either work to resolve those, or if you don't want to take that route, that's fine. You're obviously always free to walk away from the table. No hard feelings, no contracts, no strings attached, because I don't want somebody there that's not happy, and they're doing it to be a good soldier on and what have you. It does help to make things better all around for everyone if you express what's not working for you, and then we can all try to work on that and fix it. But you're not obligated to do so. So just keep that in mind. It's simply social courtesy if you do. Any input on that?
No, sounds good.
No,
No,
makes
reasonable.
sense.
Okay. Number 2, on the other side of the same token, playing in the game has always been by invitation. This has been really critical to me because in the before times, before quarantines, we did this here, in our home, and we had a young child, and now he's 18, and he's in the video window right over here to my... Which side is it? Over here on this side. I realize everything's opposite.
I think your arm is cutting out of frame there, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, probably. Over here. Anyway, the point is that it's always been by invitation, and I'm super to have everyone. And if I ask you into my home, there's a level of trust there. And at the same time, it's like if the group feels, or like if I get a feeling like there's not really a good fit, or the group's not gelling, we'll talk about that. We'll bring it up, and if it's really bad, like if people start butting heads or rubbing each other the wrong way, somebody may not be invited back to the table. And I know I'm being very ginger about, the way, very delicate about the way I'm expressing this, because it's a hard thing to do. I like everybody that's here. I've loved people that have played in the game before. I've been sad to see people leave because they didn't get along with somebody else. And I ultimately had to wind up booting other people because the good people were like, no, I'm not going to play with that person. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, deal.
Exactly. So, I like to be transparent about it. And to be honest with you, there have only been 2 times, that's it, in the last 42 years where I've actually asked somebody not to come back or didn't invite them back. So, not a big deal. But I want you to know that, it goes both ways. If somebody's not comfortable, obviously we go back to number 1. Well, let's talk about it. What can we do to fix that? So that's it. Number 3 is pretty big, and I think everybody here is on board with this because we all wouldn't be friends if we weren't. And I can look at my Facebook list, and I can look at Deacon's, and I can look at Jeff's, and I'm not friends with Gryphon on Facebook. Not by choice or anything, but just
I have Facebook. I just never even use it. I honestly.
And that's okay. The point is that this next one it's a pretty big. Hopefully, it should be a pretty big and obvious one. Racism, homophobia, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, sexism, misogyny, ageism, fascism, Nazism, and any other shit that would physically, mentally, emotionally, verbally, or spiritually harm or may harm others in this group or outside will absolutely not be tolerated. That's an insta-ban. That's a perma-ban. But again, I am not worried about that from any of you. But I just have to say that out there because I like to set that out right at the beginning. Okay, so here's where it gets a little deeper. Number 4, and this is one that I really encourage you to talk about. Like if you have things that you want to list here, some of the topics and subject matter that may come up in game, in the in-game adventures, may be controversial, in the sense that the descriptions of hardships, poverty, war, theft, muggings, hints at past torture and murder may or will come up to give context to certain histories of continents, countries, characters, and NPCs in the game. And if that sounds like legalese, I tried to make it so that it was really clear that it doesn't necessarily have to be an active thing. It may have taken place in the past. And I won't go into super gory detail, like visceral detail that it's going to make you throw up about things.
Yeah.
But I need to give you some sort of feeling of that's going to impact you, so okay, wow, this is a pretty deep situation. And number 5 ties into number 4, and it's important to understand that there are some subjects that we just don't touch in game or out. But because we're talking about streaming here, that could either one of those could be applied. We could be talking about in character or out of character, and those include, but are not limited to, acts, hints, or discussions of rape, violent crimes against children, blatant torture, or murder simply for the sake of one act or the other. We don't like to go murder hoboing around. We had a couple groups that were kind of like that, and I was really happy.
I'm over here looking at Deacon.
Well, I was just
no
gonna
clue
say
what you're talking about.
I was gonna say I'm really happy to and proud, super proud of something he declared 3 or 4 months ago when we were talking about getting the band back together. He said, Dad, I've been thinking about how I played Thorin before, and I really would like to play him differently, a little more mature, using his brain more instead of just hacking and slashing.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, but I was gonna say 3 or 4 months. That's more like 3 weeks ago. Not
well.
Not.
We're
not
old.
really
Time is kind of a very great concept.
We've been talking. It took a while to plan that last stream, Deacon. So I had been working on it for months, and I've been dropping hints.
That's insane.
Yeah, I had been dropping hints about that, and it was quite a while ago. Okay, I could be generous. I could say, or conservative, and I could say, yeah, okay, maybe 2-3 months. But it was a while ago that you had brought that up, because I started dropping hints about your character, wanting to use your character in the adventure. But anyway, so that's where we're at. So is everybody cool with that? And is there anything else you want to add to that list? That's number 6, actually.
Not that I can think of.
No. The only thing that I would be hesitant on, that I don't think was in the above list, would be careful with descriptions of mental illness and stuff like that. That's always kind of a very touchy thing, and we want to be respectful around that, because we just never know.
All right,
I think it would be real easy to accidentally just in playing and just having a good time and not really thinking things through to really hurt somebody. So
okay, I'm actually going to write that here into my notes so that we've got it as part of the social contract, and I will make a concerted effort to watch how that is dealt with, and if it's dealt with.
Yeah.
I can tell you that, without giving any storyline away, that the first chapter of the adventure does not deal with any sort of mental illness per se, so much as it deals with there may be a little bit of greed there, a little bit of power mongering,
Sure.
you know,
Oh yeah.
but it's not like it's not couched in a way that the person is a sociopath or a psychopath, or so I
Yeah.
don't get, again, I'm trying to do this in a way that it's mature and that it doesn't feel like it's nerfed down for everybody, but it is also not like drama porn, or
Right.
that kind
Yeah.
of a thing. And so, because
Yeah.
that's, I
Yeah.
think you can be a really good writer without having to go there. So
Yep.
we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to put is be mindful of how mental illness is mentioned and handled. And then I'll just make like a note to don't go to full on drama porn. Explicit. Or actually, gratuitous. Gratuitous is a better. Gratuitous use of such for the sake of. Okay. So, anything else you guys want to talk about as far as like no-nos, trigger subjects, or anything like that?
Not that I can think
No,
of.
No,
that's
I
not
feel
already
like
covered.
that pretty well covers anything I would have on that sort of thing. So yeah, no, that
Okay.
seems like that's got everything pretty well covered.
Yeah,
Yeah.
again, drawing from a long history of experience in running games, I've it usually boils down to a few things you can count on one hand. But again, out of respect for everybody here that's going to be at the virtual table, and maybe someday in real life, except Jeff's on the other side of the country, like these are all things that are important to set out there so that we can be mindful of those types of things. And lastly, and most importantly, please respect each other. Again, this kind of goes all the way up to the top, but like if a difference of opinion or conflict arises and it becomes heated, please work to resolve it or kindly discuss it with me in private so that I can help come up with an appropriate resolution. Again, we're all here to have fun. I don't anticipate that being an issue, but fair warning, as a DM, one of the things that I do is I keep tabs on what your character does in game, and I know how to push buttons, and I don't do it for the sake of just being a dick. I challenge players. Like, I challenge them to role play their characters, and you may wind up in a situation that's morally challenging or ethically challenging, and I ask that you please try to separate yourself from your character, but if it becomes too intense and it triggers something that's personal, let me know. Just hit me on the side, say, hey, this is, it's a little deep here. We're going a little deep in the weeds. How can we do this a little bit differently? Because I've had a couple instances where players playing their characters have had those types of conflicts. They ultimately worked out, but, I don't want somebody to just have to rely on saying, well, I'm just playing my character when I stabbed you in the back and stole your pouch.
Yeah.
You're all better than that as players, and I know that. So I think that shouldn't be an issue.
I usually try to, like if I'm irritated or something like that, I'll give some sort of a signal, saying, I said, okay, out of character, I'm totally, this is awesome. We're having a good time with this. But in character, you're a jerk and I want to kick your ass. But out of character, totally don't. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
making sure that we're clear on it being in character versus out of character. And just don't be a douche, I guess.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I
I
agree.
mean, it all goes down to just like, don't play the edge lord who is like, yeah, I never want to party up, and I'm a loner, and I don't do it all alone, and I'm the best there is at what I do, bub. It's
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna go my own way. I'm just gonna be negative all the time. I says, dude, we're trying to engage with you, and you never want to do what we're doing. I mean, come with us.
Yeah.
Come on, man, help us. But yeah,
All right.
don't be stealing my loot.
So yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm glad that there weren't any massive conflicts there. Let me make one note here. There we go. No big conflicts and not a whole lot to add to that list, other than like the how we treat mental illness, how it's mentioned and handled, and being mindful of that, and obviously not going, using it gratuitously just for the sake of using it. So that fits perfectly into the spirit of how we like to do things here. So with that, let's jump into a little bit about the game itself. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to... Give me just a moment. And I'm going to pull up the Roll20 screen here. All right, there we are. So, let's see. You're all logged into Roll20, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So you should see on your screen, I just refreshed it to make sure it's there, you should see a map of the lands of the orb. So I'll get that out of the way right away. I have had people laugh at the name and say the orb, it's round, it's a sphere, it's I'm like, yeah, it's real original, I know, I get it. But like, this was honestly one of the most difficult things this entire time for me to come up with the name of a planet. And I'm like, I'm not going to call it Earth. There's already an Earth, and I'm not going to call it like, JPL 357 or whatever. And I said, what's a name like that, like back in the days of primitive technology when, the world was this big, scary, unknown thing. What would they have compared it to when they started learning about the heavens and the cosmos? And somehow or another, this just came to me. So that's why it's called the orb. So that may change, it may not. I'm not real hung up on it. But so what we've got here are several different continents, and I'll go through them with you. I'm going to start with the main adventuring continent, and I'm going to see if I can ping this, if you guys can see that.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, Ephraim, one quick thing about your naming, the orb, before we get too far away from it. So you realize, you guys ever play Dragon Age?
No.
The video game?
A little.
No. I know the title, but
you're familiar with it and all that?
Yeah.
Very little.
Okay. You guys are aware that the name of the world is called Thetis. Thetis is actually an acronym for the Dragon Age setting.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And so professional
good.
writers, so don't ever feel bad. Thetis is the Dragon Age setting.
That is really awesome. I never knew that. I love little, I guess, I don't know what the term is, but I call them Easter eggs like that, like,
kind of,
stuff you learn.
Never feel bad, dude.
Yeah.
Never feel bad.
So I appreciate that. So we've got the main adventuring continent here. This is Andalusia. And by the name, if you know your history, you can tell it's Spanish influence from Spain. But we'll go a little deeper into that a little bit later on. To the north of Andalusia is the twin continents of Gala and Dali. And yes, this was named after Salvador Dali and his wife Gala. You could tell what my influences were. But they were just unique enough that like I made the continents sort of fit around those personalities, so it makes sense once you start playing the game. In the southern half of the continent is the Elven lands here in Gala. And so it's very lushly forested. I realized I didn't even tell you anything about Andalusia, so we'll come back to that in a minute. And then to the north is Dali, and It's a little more like old school Europe, like Eastern Europe, Belgium and Amsterdam, and a lot of the places like that. And so there are a lot of cool areas there, and it's separated by the Desert of Madness. And we'll go into all these histories a little bit later on. To the far east of the map, the northeast, is the ice continent of Cyberus. And this would be akin to like the Soviet Union or
Siberia.
Russia, Siberia, and that exactly. And it's a permafrost, pretty much covers the entire area except for a few areas that do see a bit of a thawing and some tundra in that. And I'm going to go all the way around, then I'll come back and I'll give you a little bit of the detail on these. South of Cyberus is Mahar. It's a jungle-like continent from tip to tip. You could liken the northern part, the northern sort of 2/3 to India and its culture and climate, and then the southern half is sort of like a far east continent, far east territory, sort of like a cross between Vietnam and somewhat like Japan. I know it's really bizarre, but I got some cool culture stuff going on down here. And over here to the far east is Ankara, and Ankara is modeled after ancient Egypt. And again, growing up as a kid who wanted to be an archaeologist, all these cultures and the rich histories of the people and their beliefs and everything just really played a large part in influencing me. So I want to be upfront about this because I'm biracial, and for those of you tuning in, you may not know this about me. I am half American and half Mexican with Spanish and Basque roots. So for me, I'm very sensitive to cultural appropriation. And I know the difference between cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation and promotion. So there is a way to represent cultures and be sensitive to that and do them justice versus just mimicking and mocking and stereotyping. So I've really worked hard to try to eliminate some of that stuff that I had in here as a kid. But the roots of everything pretty much remain. In terms of like, you'll get the feeling like, oh, this reminds me of something that I would have read about in ancient Egyptian history, for example. In the center of the map are the Trade Wind Isles, and it's an archipelago, also known as the Pirate Isles. And like most of the global commerce that goes across the oceans comes through the Trade Wind Isles. So, think Pirates of the Caribbean, Jack Sparrow, and like the craziest, wildest shit that could happen happens here. Sort of like the Vegas of the planet. What happens here stays here. And there are a couple of places here and there that are sort of off the beaten path. There's the mysterious islands called the Isolades. Nobody really knows what happens there because there aren't a whole lot of people that go there. It's not a tourist spot, and rumor has it that like several expeditions that have gone there have never returned. And then there's the Ocean of Peril, where the Maelstrom is, and the Great Maelstrom moves around the oceans. So I just put it on here to represent that. It's sort of it's almost like the eye of what is it?
Mm-hmm.
Jupiter? Is that the planet?
Cool.
Jupiter,
Yeah. So, it's this like perpetual storm that just travels the planet. And so as you're traveling across the ocean, it could be a random encounter for you. So fair warning. So
Enjoy.
you guys are all going to start here, and I'm going to zoom in. Actually, I forgot. I've got to do this on the camera view because I've got the DM screen up, and then I've got the camera view through another account in Roll20. So you guys will start off on the adventuring continent, the main adventuring continent of Andalusia, and you will start off in the capital, which is called Arcadia. You can call it Arcadia, it's fine. I don't expect you to have, to pronounce it the way that I do. And you'll also notice throughout the game, my pronunciation will change too as I introduce new characters. So depending on where they're from, they may say Arcadia, or they may say Arcadia. Either way, it's fine. You're not going to lose any house points for that. And again, it's a sort of a cross between like pseudo medieval Britain and Spain, culturally and geographically and climate wise. And there are a lot of cool things around here. So to the north, you've got an area called Kadesh, and there are some pretty hermit-like wizards that live up in the northern area here in the hills. It's sort of like the Highlands of Scotland. There's another area on another continent that's similar as well. And then there's Lorca, which is a city of artists and poets and musicians. Segovia would be sort of like Seville in Spain. It's very elegant city, high class, very refined, rich silks and trade goods come from here, and it's sort of like where the posh play. Then there's Palladius, and Palladius is like almost like the ancient Rome of the continent. Palladius is straight up a place where you don't want to run afoul of the local authorities or the local garrison. Some of the past groups have been there. There's actually an arena there, so that's where a lot of gladiatorial events are held. And people who go for blood sport and that type of thing, that's where they go to bet lots of money. And then you've got Olduvai, which is kind of out of the way here on the western coast. And Olduvai is it's a laid back kind of community that they're more into like grapes and harvesting, and they produce a lot of wines and things like that. And then San Mateo is largely known for its abbeys and its monks. It has a priory there. I think that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So a lot of the clergy come from San Mateo. And then to the south is Cadiz, and this is sort of like a hedonistic sort of like where the young folks go to play and vacation and sun, and just to find themselves and sow their wild oats and whatnot. North of Cadiz is Metis, and it's a swamp area that most folks stay away from. It was a growing village at one point, but much like the classic Monty Python, the first castle, nothing really held up there, and the swamplands eventually took it over. And it's said to be haunted, so it's an area that you'll hear about time and time again. North of Metis is Golden Valley, and it got its name for the original gold rush on the continent came here. And the original settlers and founders didn't realize that the gold was washing downstream from this mountain range, which is known as the Crown of Andalusia, or otherwise known as the Andalusian mountain range. So they settled here. There was a lot of prospecting, and then eventually they made their way up. They founded the capital here at Arcadia. They exploited the mountains for the rich minerals that are there, and the rest is history, as they say. So it grew up to be a very thriving and prosperous city. So what do you guys think? Do you want to jump in and get some gameplay going tonight?
I mean,
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm glad if everybody else is.
far be
Okay.
it for me to say no to starting off the game.
All right. Let me get my notes up here, and we can jump in and do that. So you're going to be starting the game in winter, and we will kick things off. It's as big as I can blow that up. I think maybe I've got another map on here that.
See. There we go. Well, that's good.
Yeah, so that's a better view. So again,
All
you're going
right.
to start off in the capital city of Arcadia on the continent of Andalusia, and it's winter. It's in fact like Winterfest has just ended a couple of weeks ago, and winter may have well finally made itself known with its first snows and blustery winds, but you're in the hottest tavern in all of Arcadia, the Saucy Jack. For some of you, this isn't your first time at the rodeo. I'm going to actually have a map of this, so I'm going to pull this up. And Deacon and Gryphon will be familiar with this because they were here.
Yep.
Yep.
So get this on the screen.
I've got Morgan bellied up to the bar.
Yeah, there you go. You're still in there. So you guys can put your tokens in there. Deacon, I imagine you're probably going to be over in your favorite booth.
Oh yeah.
Deacon has a little bit of history with the Saucy Jack, and we'll come around to that as we get into the story.
Just a bit.
Let me get my map flipped over there, because I see that you guys can see it, but now I got to flip it mine. There we go. Okay. So again, for some of you, this isn't your first time at the rodeo. For others, it's an impressive first. The six-string slingers are belting out the tunes to a packed house, and the ale is flowing like the inland channel on the Gold Valley coast. This week has seen a particularly heavy influx of trade goods despite the weather, from destinations both near and afar, hoping to take advantage of the late warmth before the snows inevitably arrived as they did, and just made their way. God, I can't even read my own writing here. DM fail. I'm never watching this channel again. Hang on, guys. Let me pull these notes up. There we are. All right. And just as they made their way up the river to Arcadia with fair winds or on carts from nearby woodlands and villages, so did several strange stories, whispered by hushed mouths, telling of odd sounds in the forest and sightings of an army of the dead. And so here you sit, sipping your spirits and hoping to hear more about these goings-on in nearby places, because your hearts yearn for the call of adventure and your bodies grow tired of missing out on the thrill of the road and all of its unexpected surprises. So you're in the Saucy Jack, and Thorin is somewhat of a local legend here. He's got a long history in the city, and he's known Three-Fingered Tom, that's the barkeep, for quite some time. I will let the three of you introduce yourselves, because Morgan has a pretty fascinating story that I absolutely love in terms of what brings him to the city. And then there's the third mysterious stranger yet to introduce himself, and I'm dying to see how Gryphon introduces his character. So I'm going to turn you loose.
All right.
I'm trying to think how we should do this. So we're in here, and we can kind of do the look around and see if there's anybody we recognize. I reckon Morgan has been in and out of this place for years, and it's just like, hey, I get to go to town, so let's see, swing by, say hi to Tom, top up the flask, that sort of thing.
And what you
see that dwarf over there? Oh, he's that guy. He's the one that actually knows stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say that's great, because otherwise I was going to have you roll a percentage roll and let's see if you had heard of him before, But
the dwarf,
that's fantastic. Yeah.
And I was like, sure. You kind of come over there, get I stand over there by the bar and get a refill, and just kind of do the look around, and see. And you kind of see the dwarf back over in the corner. I says, I know who that guy is.
Yeah.
He usually knows what's going on. I says, you know what? There's been some business going on with some undead, and he usually is in the know. So I think I'm going to go over and knock on his door, so to speak. So.
Okay.
So it was I talked to Tom. This is the dwarf, Thorin, right? Is he in a good mood or a bad mood?
So Tom kind of chuckles at you and he says, "You know, that's a fine question. Not many people bother to ask, but they should." He says, "He seems to be okay as far as I know. He's back from recent travels, and as far as I know, it went well. He helped me out here recently as well with some matters. But sure, if you'd like, I can go give him a heads up that if you're interested in speaking with him, or I'm sure he'd welcome you on his own. He's quite capable of doing that."
I'll go over and to say hi. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't, drinking off a bad day or something like that first. But
Quite an
yeah, I'll take
understatement.
care of it. Thanks. I'll probably have some more. So raise mug and toddle over to the other side of the room. Do. Can't. And I come over and do the whole knock, knock, knock on the rail there. Mr. Thorin?
Come in. Who is it?
My name's Morgan. I don't know if you've seen me around here or not, but
Can't say I have. You in the Jack often?
once in a while. Former soldier that I pretty much make my business out as a woodsman anymore. But anyways, there's been some stuff going on with undead, and I figured you're kind of the guy that's in the know, so I figure I'd hit you up and see what you knew.
I'm dead. I've heard rumors, but
The seat taken.
no, sit down. You've got a drink.
So just so you guys know, the tokens are set to snap to grid, but if you want to move between grids for any reason, just hold your Alt key as you move. Yeah, and then drop the token and then release Alt.
Yeah. So I sit kind of catty corner from Thor and kind of hang the sword up on the hook on the end. And
okay.
I've heard rumors about these undead, although can't say if there's any truth to them or not. Where that's all they are, just rumors.
Yeah, well, if anything out there just plumb irritates the crap out of me, it's undead. Nothing worse.
Why don't each of you guys give me a D4? Roll a D4. You can do that right in the chat if you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to click on this first, and then do a D4. There we go. Ooh. There we go. Oh, it did it. It just took it a minute.
Yeah. You rolled 4 initially, and then it looks like a 1. What's Whisper W?
Yeah, I think so.
And then
Am I supposed to be able to see that whisper, or?
yeah, can you see it?
Okay. Yes.
So
I wasn't sure if you were just supposed to send it to him or if it was to both of us.
Yeah, that's what you've heard in the crowd. Okay, that's not your opinion. That's what you heard in the crowd. And Morgan, I've got one coming for you. So that's a rumor you overheard somebody saying at the table right before you walked away from the bar. And you're more than welcome to share those with each other, since you're talking about what rumors you've heard and whatnot.
Okay.
And where's Hassan? Where is
Hassan he's sitting at his own little booth. He's been
Oh, there you are.
He's been watching, keeping an eye on Thorin's booth, and because he, like most people, is quite aware of Thorin Greyflame, although he may have a bit of a different opinion than other people, and his interest has certainly been raised by the sight of a newcomer entering Thorin's booth. but
For
he is.
description sakes, Morgan is probably 6 foot. Kind of a, I don't want to say large burly man, but he's
Military.
kind of a big burly guy. He's shaved on top and got a bit of a beard that's a little bit wild. He's got a couple scars here and there. His hands are pretty worn. Um, he's got like a shield and a sword. He carries himself. He's got, arms and armor and stuff, but he's very casual. He just kind of just hangs it up. It's like he's not overly concerned about being one of those guys always looking at the room. He's like, nah, I'm just gonna hang my stuff up. If someone starts something here, you can deal with it. So he's very laid back like that. But yeah, he's got the kind of the old soldier look.
Right. Thorin is, because I don't think we talked about it before in the last game that we ran, he is just around 5 foot. He's a dwarf. He's got long brown hair. Yeah, that is. Well, I also don't have the character sheet, and I haven't looked at it. And it's not written down here, so I am just going off of what I remember.
Sure.
And he is pretty stocky. He's got a decent amount of muscle. He's seen some action. He's definitely a bit more old and grizzled than he was before. So, yeah.
So are you gonna I kind of feel like I threw you both off when I sent those rumors to you.
Yeah, I don't see how this has anything to do with undead.
Well, this is what you picked up.
Yeah.
Like, you're talking about rumors. You were starting to trade some rumors that you had heard, and these are random things that you picked up in the bar. So I apologize for failing as a DM there. Usually what we do is, like, if people are already in a group, I'll say, why don't you guys, roll for rumors, and everybody roll a d20 or whatever, or a percentage or whatever it happens to be. But I figured to help things along a little bit here, I just have you roll a d4, because I have 4 specific things that could have been heard throughout the tavern. And I want to see,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm trying to piece where this ties into anything that we were.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be coming from you. That's just some rando at another table saying, I mean, I can read it out if you want, or if you want it, it just may or may not be helpful. Just to give you sort of like to set the, what's the word I'm looking for? To set the climate, like what people are saying about this and what people are thinking and feeling about it.
Yeah, it's just that I know the one that I got doesn't seem to have anything to do with undead, like, at all. So it's just folks getting out of the house in the middle. Like, are people missing? I guess if there was a missing person thing, this would make more sense. I would say, oh, okay. I heard a rumor about, people who aren't doing what they normally do. But yeah, since it doesn't really seem relevant to undead, I wouldn't bring it up.
Yeah, I get that. Yep. And again, it's just something you can use.
Which it may make total sense later. We go, oh, I totally knew about that. Which has happened. But
so I'll share mine. I kind of picked up just by, listening around. I've been sitting in here for a while, possibly drinking. I have heard that people have been seeing strange, kind of weird lights around in the woods near Fallshire. So, and I do have a question for the resident DM here, so I'm going to DM that to you on Discord.
Okay. Oh, see, no, I just blew out the window, Deacon. So, shit, how do we get that window back? There it
Which window?
The chat, the Whisper. Why don't you just whisper it to me in the thing? Just /W in Roll20. Just do
All right.
/W, and then DM Dante, and then it'll pop up like you can click it and then type your message. It's easier that way because if I change over to the chat in Discord, all the cameras go away. There we go. I got it.
All right, there we go.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
So I will kind of mention. I'll say the rumor that I heard. People have been seeing weird lights out about in Fallshire, and I'll also say I've been in Fallshire before, and this isn't the first time weird stuff has been known to happen there, involving the living and particularly the unliving. So that
Really?
might be something to keep an eye on.
Well, I've been out of the swing of things for a couple of years. Yeah. Maybe we should go and head out probably tomorrow and take a look and see.
Couldn't hurt.
Get a couple drinks in me, and I'll probably I usually when I'm in town, I've got stay at my sister's. She's got a place here, so in town. So
I could stay with her.
yeah, I've got a cabin. It's actually on the way to Fallshire. So, but yeah, I was just bringing in some hides. I've been doing some trapping, and brought some stuff in, and just getting a top up here at the bar and get something warm in me. And then I heard, somebody was saying something about undead in the area, and I says, so I figure I would check with the guy that does that sort of adventuring on a more regular basis
It's
than I do.
been quite some time since I've adventured, but I
Oh,
suppose
hey,
it
Tom.
couldn't hurt.
So about that time, Three Finger Tom comes along, just to check in and see how you're doing, and he's like, "I trust you too. Getting along well?" He said, "I just came around to see if you needed anything. I'm gonna be heading out soon for the evening, but the staff will be here. Did you need any top offs? Did you need any food? You're always welcome. Thorin, whatever you need."
I think we're good for now, Tom. I'll let you know if I take anything.
Okay. So he's just
It's good to see you again, Tom.
Likewise. Good to see you too, Morgan. So he's just going to head off, and he makes his rounds around and stops over here to talk to this stranger. And he says, "You're sitting alone." He says, "Can I get you anything to drink there?"
I already have what I need to drink. He holds up a still mostly full glass of a rather expensive whiskey.
Okay.
I have what I need. Thank you, my good man.
This is good enough. So you've got good taste and drink there. Enjoy. So if you need anything, just give one of the staff a holler, and they'll come right round. And then he just goes off on his way to do his thing. So in the meantime, it sounds like you two, Thorin and Morgan, you're laying down some plans here.
It seemed that way.
So Gryphon,
Of course, I'm not really thinking too far ahead of I expect we just get up in the morning, toddle over that direction, ask some questions. Maybe they'll point us in the right direction. That's about as far as I'm thinking.
If I can wake up tomorrow after all I've drank, that is.
I'm waiting on one message here. Did you see that note there, Gryphon, in the Roll20 chat?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So it gets a little bit, it gets to be a little later into the evening, and you've been downing some drinks and that, and Morgan has a place to stay nearby at his sister's, as he mentioned. And Thorin, you'd likely have um, you'd likely have a room here at the inn, unless you were trekking out to Whitehall. And I don't know what's going on with that whole situation.
I'm not sure either.
Okay, so we'll play it this way. We'll just say you've got a room here at the inn, and so
Whitehall is under renovation.
yeah, and it's a little ways out of town, right outside of the was it the eastern gates? I can't remember now. Anyway,
Western,
so are you, like, I'm trying to move things along here a little bit, and Gryphon's got he's going to introduce his character to you, but so you both finish up your drinks and you say, let's meet back here in the morning. We'll nail down some plans, and you both agree that that's it's getting late and you need to get some rest. So you both start to head out of the booth. And then I'm gonna move your characters just for the sake of moving things along here a little bit.
Sure.
And then as you do, this stranger approaches you. So I'll let Gryphon describe what his character looks like. I had an idea, but I don't want to project what I think it looks like. So
standing outside the booth is a rather well-dressed middle-aged man with a long dark beard and a small headscarf covering his long black hair. Says, walking with a cane, although he doesn't seem to need it. Says, pardon me, but I could not help but be intrigued by the presence of a newcomer joining the legendary Thorin Greyflame in drink, and I can only assume that you, as important figures of the locale, have come to discuss the disturbing events that are transpiring. Events of rather sinister implications indeed.
Do you happen to know about them?
Unfortunately, not as much as I would like. Events such as this are of a particular concern to me, and I would rather like to... Well, to speak plainly, if the two of you are, as I can only assume that the legendary Thorin Greyflame would be, putting together a plan of action in response to these events, I would very much like to be permitted to join your little group and lend what skills I have to this endeavor.
How was this character like dressed? Leathers?
He's wearing like fancy clothing. He's dressed like a noble. Like, not super fancy, but I don't know, he's dressed like he's rich.
Oh, okay.
was like well tailored, fine black suit, or yeah.
Well,
And
very
what
fine clothing.
skills? And what skills would those be that you could offer?
Right about that
Well,
time, right about that time, an inn patron who's had a few too many happens to come around to the top landing here from the. Is that not working? There we go.
oh, up there,
from the guest
stairs.
rooms upstairs, and if I have another token I can put out here. If not, I'm going to have to. All right, we're going to use this server just because it's out on the table. They happen to come here and they get a little tipsy and they actually they collide down the stairs. They crash horribly down the stairs and crack their head on the wooden floor to the point where a solid is heard, like the sound of a baseball coming off the end of an oak bat. And you see this little trickle of blood start to stream out from their head and start to pool on the floor.
Oh crap.
well, seems that perhaps fate has granted me an opportunity for a demonstration. San walks over to the server that has fallen, kneels down next to him, places one hand on the server's head. His eyes, be healed, and I absolve you of your sins.
So you see this stranger who's just introduced themselves to you lean over this injured server or guest rather, and you see this intense gaze, almost like this maniacal gaze, come over their eyes, and they're looking deeply at the injured person there, and they touch them, and it's almost like you can't tell if you're hallucinating or you're really seeing this, but it's almost like you see their wound leaving their body and going into Hassan's, and he starts to sweat profusely at the brow, and his pallor goes a little gray, and it looks like he's clearly in pain as he's absorbing this wound. And miraculously, the server's head stops bleeding, and there's like no trace of this scar there or this wound whatsoever. And after a few moments, they sort of come to and say, "What happened? I came down the stairs."
Kind of help him up and says, "Well, you kind of stumbled down the stairs and cracked your dome."
And give me Morgan and Thorin, give me a perception save.
Where's that at? I don't see it as a button here.
Go under your abilities, or just roll a roll a d20, and then like in your character sheet, it's got your perception skill. And if
I should add more bonus to that.
That's under abilities.
So that is in total a 20 for me. I forgot to add my bonus.
Okay, so you
forgot to add my bonus.
And then Morgan missed it by several. So
yeah,
Morgan,
by a lot. I got a +1, but
yeah, so
not anywhere near.
So on a 20-sider, like to make a saving throw, there's a 50-50 chance. So it's 11 or higher on a 20-sider. But like, if you have like, let's say a 16 perception, for example, you get a +2. So whatever you roll, you would add 2. Like if you have a 15, you get a +1, 16 +2, 17 +3, 18 +4. So,
right.
You know, even if you had a bonus on that for a higher perception, that wouldn't have made it. So, Thorin, you happen to notice that whereas as you were standing there and you saw this person tumble down, like, you know, clearly they were drunk, and now that Hassan has laid his hands on this person and they stood up, they see him sober as, you know, a preacher. Bolt right up and alert, and, you know, other than like not really understanding what just happened there.
Yeah.
So they thank
That's-
you, Hassan. They say, I don't, I thank you for helping me there. I must have stumbled
Oh
pretty
no, it
hard.
wasn't me. It was this
No, thank Hassan.
fellow here.
Yep. So again, they look at you, Hassan, and they thank you profusely. And I don't really understand what happened, but I'm sorry to have troubled you, and just sort of go about their way, just sort of still looking a little bewildered, like what the heck just happened there.
So you're a healer of sorts.
Of sorts, yes.
Can't say
Hassan
I'm not. I can't say I'm not a little
very
freaked out, but
clearly, he's very clearly much more uncomfortable than he was a few moments ago.
That's definitely useful.
Yes, I am sure that someone of my skills would not be amiss in aiding your investigations. So,
Better than me.
may I join you?
I mostly just hurt people.
I am no
tag along.
stranger to such things myself, but
Why don't you tag
my
along?
main
And
skills
we'll see if we can't find
lie
a use for
in
you.
saving those.
So first light, meet back here.
Very well.
Sure.
All right.
Can
I look
use my booth.
forward to the chance to learn more from the much discussed Thorin Greyflame.
Okay, so it sounds like you've got a plan. In the morning, you'll all break your fast. Either like on your own or back here. You'll meet at the tavern and start to form plans to figure out what's going on here.
Yeah, kind of elbow Thor and say, "Looks like you've got a fan."
I've found myself with many. I'm just hoping they don't turn out to be one of those types.
So you'll
yeah, we'll.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jeff.
No, I was just gonna move on with just getting our stuff together in the morning, and basically head out of the house with a sack of sandwiches and in a bag kind of thing, full canteen. There we go, good enough. We'll be fine.
All right. So you all head your ways. Thorin, you go to your room. Hassan, you go back to wherever you're staying. I'm not sure where you're.
He probably has a room at the Saucy Jack as well.
Okay. And then Jeff, you go off to your sisters. You're going to your sisters here in town. Yeah. Okay. And then come the morning, you meet back here, and I'm going to go ahead and I'll just put the tokens in here. You guys can move them around however you like. I don't really, it doesn't bother me. There's no particular order. I'm not putting them here for any specific reason. So, in the morning, you meet at the Saucy Jack. Tom comes around and joins you in the booth, and bright and cheery, and Tom is Tom. So he makes his way over, and then he says, "So, fellas, where does the road lead you today?" Then he notices you all sort of have that look in your eyes that he's seen one too many times to know better than assume it's anything less than off to find trouble. And he says, "Thorin, did I ever tell you about the time when..." So he starts in with one of those, and in earnest, and you brace yourself for what you know is going to be a long story before you gently cut him off and tell him you're headed to Fallshire. So he stops with somewhat of a quizzical look on his face and says, "More trouble out there? Is it those whale shite?"
Hopefully not.
"I hope not. I hope it's not those whale shite rumors folks are gabbing about. Either way, you'll want to make sure you get yourself a cart and some horses to get there through this blanket of fluff." He says, "Gentry Stables just up the way will give you a fair price on reliable equipment. I wouldn't try walking there. It'll take you longer than a week. It'll take you a week alone with the horse and the cart."
No, all right. Good advice. I was just gonna hoof it, but I guess
Tom's
mounts would be
right.
good.
Such a distance on foot in this weather would be most inadvisable.
Yeah, well, I've done worse, but this is probably the
Not
smarter.
everybody's a military man like you. We don't
Well,
have the. We don't
I've
have
got
the
a few
skills.
miles on these feet, but yeah, there's something to be said for getting in and out of the weather and using a mount when you got one available.
So Tom shows his way out, and he says he's going to run off and just see to things behind the bar here. But he wishes you well. He says, "Listen, he says, Thorin, you be careful out there. So maybe it's nothing." He says, "I think personally it's a load of shite." He says, "I've heard rumors last night in the bar that made my head spin. From people saying it's
too, Tom.
just gas swamp coming from the local swamp, and." He says there was a ranger type here last night, in fact, as well. And he swore by his own mother that he saw what looked like bones walking around in military garb. And he just got laughed at by another table of drunkards that I had to eject. He says, but, he says, you know how to handle yourselves. Just take care, and we'll be here when you get done with your business. So he shows himself off.
Yeah, Tom. Let's prep on some road food. Do you think you could prep say half a dozen sausages? We'll take them with us.
You got it, Morgan. Anything else you fellows would like?
I think that's probably sufficient.
That should do it. Just throw a bottle of Gunners on there.
All right. And anything for you,
Need something to warm us up.
And he looks at you, Hassan, says, anything for you, my fine fellow?
No, I suppose those do sound sufficient.
Okay, so it's gonna if that's what you guys are gonna do, if you're gonna get a wagon and a couple of horses that you're gonna drive yourselves, it's gonna take you 7, possibly 8 days. 7 if you hoof it. So those 6 sausages are probably enough to get Morgan by a couple days or so. And Tom's happy to prepare whatever you need for that trek. He tells you, about halfway between here and Fallshire, there's a little respite that you can stop and camp out and restock there. Nothing fancy. It's just a little wayside place. But it'll take you a couple.
That's good info.
3-4 days.
So you're looking at 7 days ish.
Yeah,
7-8 days on the road each way.
That's right.
Okay, well, let's plan for at least a week of food. Then, I was going on the assumption that it was a couple days. So,
yeah, it's a little bit of a hike, and especially because it's winter, it's going to move a little slower. Because your horses are going to, even though they're geared for hauling goods and wagons loaded with goods, it's going to take a little bit to trek through the snow. Plus, you don't know how the weather's going to turn. We don't exactly have the weather channel to turn to here. So Tom says, listen, fellas, I'll take care of you. I'll bundle you up with some goods. He says, in the meantime, you all go run along, go get that cart, go get yourself set up.
Yeah.
He goes, I'd really hate to see you try to trek that by foot. He goes, Christ, I wouldn't want to do it myself.
No, it's a good move.
So he goes off, and he
go figure out the wagon thing.
Yeah, he disappears off into the kitchens. All right, so we're gonna theater of the mind it here because I don't have like a whole map for the city and all that stuff. But you're in Arcadia, and it's an impressive city. It's a metropolis. It's growing to the point of becoming a metropolis. It sees a lot of trade from the river, from the ships that come in off the Gold Coast, and they come up. They head slightly northwest. They come into the lake, and the lake is massive. And if you guys are all on the wharf side, so like as you exit the Saucy Jack, you would be coming out with the harbor to your right. So as you look out over the harbor, which incidentally is called Gryphon Harbor, you see two massive statues carved in like stone of these griffins that are overlooking, guarding, and protecting the harbor. And then there's a dockmaster's shack dead center between the two statues, which are spread out quite some ways, and then his shack is down a level below the city level, the street level, where all the docks are, the actual wharves and piers and jetties. And the port is not that busy because it's winter, but there are a couple of fat, low-slung ships that are docked here that are loading up goods to take back to their ports of destination. And again, you don't see a whole lot of dock workers given that it's like dead of winter, but there are some that are coming and going, repairing nets and like trying to earn their money by offloading cargo or loading cargo onto these ships. And you head the opposite way from the wharves. You're going to be heading towards like the town. You're going to be heading a little heading behind the Saucy Jack into a small area right off of the main square. And there's a stables there, Gentry Stables. And the stable hand comes out to greet you and says, "Good morning. Can I help you?"
What's your price for a cart? Horse, cart, that whole setup.
We need a ride to Fallshire.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Preferably.
Yeah, and it was recommended we take this way rather than trying to walk it.
Oh, who recommended you, if I may ask?
That would come on the recommendation of old Three Finger, the Saucy Jack.
Oh, yes, dearly loved by us. Very close neighbor, very charitable neighbor. We appreciate that. Since you have such a good reference, so here's the thing. It's going to take you approximately a week to get there by wagon. You'll need two draft horses. And so now, please don't balk at the price because part of this is a deposit just to assure that our goods are returned safely. But the price is 150 gold pieces. And half of that will be returned to you once you drop off the equipment in Fallshire. And I can give you the name of the stables that you'll be looking for there if this is agreeable to you.
I don't know how much money.
And will this include a ride back as well, or is that its own thing?
No, that's one way. That's for 1 week. That's for the use of the wagon for 1 week.
It's how much?
150 gold instead.
Yes,
150
that's correct.
gold.
It's 150 up front, with half of the deposit returnable once you reach Fallshire, and safely return the equipment and the horses to. And that would be. Let me look here, and he flips through his ledger, and he's like, "That would be Blixerton's stables."
Did you say gold
stables.
or silver?
Gold.
Gold. Wow. My whopping 25 gold is going to go not very far.
Can I make I'm not really sure what this would fall under. Some sort of persuasion check?
I'm sorry. I do have that as GP. That should be SP. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, good God, that's a lot of... Yeah. But it's 150.
Yeah,
so it's 150 silver up front, half of which is returnable once you reach your destination.
What, 10 gold to 10 silver to a gold?
That's correct. 10 copper to a silver, 10 silver to a gold, 10 gold to a platinum.
Okay.
All right,
that's fine.
I'll toss that out on the table, the 15 gold.
Okay. So he says,
and I'm not actually sure how to take that off my character sheet, so
you should be able to edit right there and then just change the number.
Yeah, there's an edit.
It's not editable.
What's that?
Let's see. Oh yeah, there we go. There is an edit. No, you don't have to pay for the whole thing. I'll pony up.
It's quite all right. I'm sure we'll find something else you can pay for once we're there.
All right. Well, it's just I carry my own weight.
Okay, so the stable hand,
so...
stable hand tells you, give me 30 minutes, 45 minutes to prep the horses in the cart and look everything over and make sure it's okay, and come back. He said, I'll tell you what, let's just call it an hour. Come back in an hour. I'll have everything ready for you. And then I'll get you to sign some paperwork, and then I will give you effectively
a receipt.
A receipt, right?
Yeah.
And it'll have the name of the place where you can return the cart to once you're in Fallshire. So, is there anything you need to do around town? Any gear, any kit you need to get?
We should probably take a couple of tarps. Not really. We don't need to set up tents or anything, but we can probably make do with sticks and some ropes and set up a hooch. Use the cart as shelter.
So Thorin, you might want to look at your kit, because I carried over a lot of stuff. Not everything, because my God, you had
I was gonna say I'm missing some stuff.
Well, you're probably missing a lot of stuff, but for the sake of
mainly
moving
the
things
tent.
along, well, that should be in there. You had a 4-person tent, so
no, I don't see that.
Go ahead and add that to your inventory, because that was one of the things that. What happened?
So you let me keep the tent, but you don't let me keep the wardrobe, huh?
Yeah, the wardrobe. Yeah, you want to haul the wardrobe with you on the cart back to Fallshire?
We had a bag.
What about the gazebo? The gazebo skin. All right. So, just edit your character sheet and add that to your inventory. So that'll be one thing that will help you out. Because, like I said, you've got those ancillary equipment sheets because you've run that character for so long. Okay, so I'm sorry, was somebody saying something?
Yeah, could I? Would it be reasonable to expect that I would have a few large furry hides on hand? Because that's what I do for a living.
Yeah, why not? We'll say you do.
Bring a few of those, like bearskins kind of thing. Okay. We've got these as just an extra.
Yeah, and given that your sister's is in town, you could probably pick up some things there as well that you might have for when you stay over. And again, I'm not gonna chisel you for every little copper piece here and there.
Nothing really fancy.
Because that's what makes it fun. Is just basic necessities. Okay. So, barring anything else, you could make your way over to the town, to the general goods store here in the city. Excuse me one moment.
Excuse me.
Or if you think that you've got everything you need so far, that's good too. But either way, it's going to be about an hour before the stable hand has your cart ready. So you make your way back to the Jack, and Three Finger Tom is just coming up from the basement kitchens, and he's got quite a few packages here and a big grin on his face. And he says, "Oh, good, you're just in time." He says, "Here, it's I apologize. It's the best I could do on short notice." He says, "But it should hold you over for the first half and the second half of the road trip on the way there. On the way back, Thorin, you can see our friend in Fallshire, and he'll take care of you. And I'm sure he'll stop there and introduce your new travel companions to him as well." So, and again, he pats you on the back. He gives you a hug. He says, "Good luck, Thorin." He says, "Be safe. Good luck, Morgan. Good luck, Hassan." I hope I said that correctly. I wish you well in your travels, and do stop in when you're back in town, and let us know how you fared. So you dig into the bags and you're checking around, and he really sets you up. He's got cheese and fruits and apples and grapes and sausages and some smoked meats and some things like that. And I guess I should have asked: Are any of your characters vegetarians or vegan?
No.
Okay,
No,
No.
no.
just want to make sure, so I'm not making big. I'm already making big assumptions here, so I apologize. So he sets you up, and he's got your bottle of Gunner's rum. It's all wrapped up in a padded cloth kind of a thing, Thorin, and he put in some ale for Morgan and some wine for Hassan. So he really took care of you,
Yeah.
and like he doesn't assume anything. He didn't charge you for it because he knows like in future you're gonna likely spend that and then some there. So and with all of the things that Thorin and company have done for the Jack and the people of Arcadia, um, it's not a loss to him. It's an investment and a good friendship and somebody who's really going to look out for the well-being of the people. Okay, so you make your way back over. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was figuring we get back to the place, and it's like I can, all right, just hand me up stuff, and we'll put stuff in the box under the seat. Just we'll load stuff up and put stuff in there. We'll lay like the tarp over the thing, so whoever's not driving can hunker down under here. And here's a bear skin. Set this up here so you can get sort of comfy and trade off driving as needed, and we'll get this show on the road.
Yeah, that's good. That's
Yeah.
fantastic. That's
All right.
exactly what I was going to say. You make your way back to the stables, and the stable hand has your cart ready. And so Thorin, he gives you the receipt and says, you'll find Blixerton's just off of the town square in Fallshire, and just see to it that the horses are returned safely and the cart and all, and they will process your deposit. And
Is it snowing down now, or is it
right now it's kind of clear. There's a clear, crisp sky. It's a little cold, but it's not unbearable. You has internets. Hey, it's Aaron. Welcome, Aaron. Glad you could join us tonight. Good to see you. We haven't seen you in ages. Hope you're doing well. And welcome to season 2 of the Black Dragon Tavern. And this is we're kicking off Dante's game. This is the first session. So it's good to have you here, Aaron. Okay, so
Thorne's paid for it. He can drive first.
That seems fair. I know most of the way there. Been there quite often enough.
I'm fine sitting up here. Hassan, do you want to have the tarp up or down? I mean, honestly, this is a good opportunity to rest if you want. Because
so where you're going to wind up is
got the tarp, and
you'll be leaving from the southern gate here in the city.
Let me look at the map.
So you'll be leaving here in Arcadia, and then basically traveling due south, slightly southeast, to the village of Fallshire. And Jeff, where you are at, you're probably located somewhere in between in here.
You're in the triangle.
Yeah, you had sort of mentioned where you were from between the two. So you load up the cart, you get ready to head out, and
we'll get a crossbow locked and cocked and set to the side for shotgun, and have a.
Let me do a couple things here.
Basically, just be ready to play ride shotgun.
All right.
Hassan, you let me know if you want to switch out. I've known a few people to get sick just riding in the cart, not seeing the outside, though.
I shall inform you if I need anything, but I think I shall be quite all right for now.
All right. Let me know if you want to trade. Thorin.
What can I do for you?
Drive on, sir.
Will do. So I'll just get us kicked off here. Start driving.
All right, fantastic. So you make your way through the main streets of Arcadia. You go around the town square, past the church, the main massive church here. It's the Order of Light. So it brings back memories to you, Thorin, on some of the recent adventures you've been on for them in their service. But you know better than to stop at this point in time because you'll be there forever. If Deacon Carmody is around, he'll want to know your whereabouts and what's going on and how you're faring and so on. So you make your way out of town towards the southern gate, and
kind of raise a knuckle to the church as we go on.
So a couple of the local garrison recognize you, and they tip their hats to you, and they say, "Hail, Master Dwarf! You headed out on the roads."
Aye, we are. We'll be back in a week, 2 longest. So
he said, "That's good to know. We appreciate you checking in." He says, "We know your feats. We know you're quite capable of handling yourself." He says, "But you've always got you can put your trust in us if anything comes up. So we're here. We've got your back." He says, "Farewell in your travels, and we'll look for you in about a week or so." And so they step aside. They let you through, and the cart heads on its way. So you head on your way out, and so again, you're going to face several days worth of travel ahead of you, and the wintry winds that are starting to pick up. They may make the drive a little more bitter than you wish, but for now it's relatively calm. But the first day passes uneventfully as you head due south on the King's Road towards Fallshire. So I am going to, if you give me one moment, this is where, in all the infinite copious spare time I had to prep, there are still, now I'm seeing a couple things that I didn't do that I should have done as far as tokens go and things like that. Give me just a moment. What I'm doing is I'm trying to find like
the cart.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if this will work.
You just draw it on there. Put like an arrow. Whatever.
I think I found a reasonably decent one. Just see if we can get this resized here. Without wasting too much time on it. I won't bother with the horses. I'll between now and next session I'll find something pretty cool here for you guys. Okay, good enough. So you head out south on the King's Road, and the first day goes by uneventfully with nothing other than a few travelers and merchants passing you on their way north towards Arcadia and beyond. And as evening approaches, you dread the thought of having to pitch camp on the road or in the forest nearby. So you decide to drive on in shifts. If you're all good with that, I'm gonna leave it ultimately up to you if you want to stop and pitch a tent each night, or if you want to drive through. Otherwise, tell me what order you're going to be driving in.
I suppose I'll just be driving first since I was already on the wheel.
Yep.
Okay. So
and if we need to break, we can literally just hobble the horses and sleep in the cart.
Yeah.
Because we're already up off the ground and in kind of a little shelter.
Yeah, there's plenty of woods and canopy from the trees that would probably give you shelter too, away from the elements. It's just how you manage the horses and them dealing with the snow and whatnot in the cart. You don't want to get stuck in a ditch. But it's 24, so like 3 shifts, like 8-hour shifts each, or are you gonna break it down smaller than that, or
probably let's go 4s.
Excuse me.
That'll 4 will give us 12 hours, and 4 will give us 24.
Okay.
And we just keep going. And then if we want to break, we can. I'm assuming that the wagon, the cart, comes with like a shovel, like on the side or something, right? Or in the bed, kind of just for general purpose.
A shovel?
Yeah.
Yes, we have to dig ourselves out of the
In
snow.
case we have to dig ourselves out.
Yeah, I'll give that to you. Okay.
Yeah, just kind of just tethered up to the side, kind of in a hook thing.
Let's see here.
All right. So we'll just, if we need to, we can scrape some air in instead of fire.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Mr. Hassan, can you do fancy spell things like starting fires?
Wow.
Never seen anybody with your profession, so forgive me if I ask silly questions.
No, it is quite all right. I did not expect all to be familiar with the skills of one such as myself. I do not claim to be of a more common sort, but no, though I do have many skills, they are none of such mundane use as fire starting. That is something that I am still forced to do myself, skilled as I am in other ways.
Yeah, Morgan, he just rides. He rides in his armor. He has his helmet on. He's got like a poncho, kind of like an oiled thing to keep the moist off of him. Pretty much sits on the bear skin just to keep his butt from getting sore. But
Okay. So, who was on first shift? Gryphon? Or, I'm sorry, Thorin?
That'd be me.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, you're about let's see, you said 4-hour shifts. So you're about 3/4 of the way through your shift. And, things are going on okay. It's boring. It's a little cold. You're making pretty good speed. The roads are actually pretty decent for this deep in the winter because it is the King's Road south, and it's a fairly well-traveled road. And you're listening to Morgan and Hassan chit chat a little bit.
try to get Thorin to regale us with tales of glory, all of his adventures. Ah, come on, you're kind of a big deal. Tell us a story.
There's little glory, there's very little glory, very little fun about it once you get down into the weeds of it. It's all, once you peel back the layers, it's not as fun as anybody might expect. There have been many things, that of demon, of witch, of human, really. They can be some of the worst. But everything is just about the same, really. You go out somewhere, you figure out what's going on, and you try not to die in the process. So, I suppose that's what we'll be doing here.
That would draw a more serious, thoughtful look from Morgan, where he's been fairly gregarious thus far, trying to cajole you into talking. That's actually very thoughtful. He's got the whole.
Not have expected someone of your reputation to be so pragmatic, Mr. Greyflame.
I've had more than my...
Sir Greyflame, How would you
Let me just call me
prefer to be
Thorin.
addressed?
I've had more than my fair share of encounters. Skirted close to death many times more than I would like to. And after a while, it starts to lose its appeal, as one might guess.
My opinion of you has increased. I was expecting, well, something a little different.
There was the time where I leaped into a dragon's mouth to stab it through the skull. Is that what you were expecting?
I was expecting a little more blowhard, yes.
Well, I can tell
As
all.
an aside, that was an actual feat that he did manage to pull off in a game many, many years ago.
That was, but it did
Without
nearly
becoming
end with
dragon
death.
kibble.
So
No, most of the evil that I found, men are the worst.
I don't have. I'm doing cheap sound effects over here because I don't have Sirenscape hooked up or anything. But so you're getting along, and you're sharing tales of the road and adventure and whatnot, and
No shit, there I was.
you start to notice that the winds are picking up a little bit, and two things are happening. One, with the increase of the winds, it's making it a little hard for you to keep your eyes focused on the road ahead of you because of the bitter, stinging cold. And two, it's picking up a lot of like loose debris, a lot of loose snow that's clinging to branches of the trees above you and coming up off the road in front of you. And so for the moment, it doesn't seem to be a major issue. It is something that you do take notice of as you're driving along, like about 3 or 4 hours into the first leg of your travel. Okay, carry on.
What about you, Mr. Hassan? Any adventures?
None of note. My experience of the world has been far less that of pursuit of glory or anything that would make a good tale. No, I simply seek to help those less fortunate with the powers that I have been given.
Yes, that's reasonable. I'm glad that you decided to do something good with it. I'm sure that there are many who would find a way to turn a profit.
But there are.
The last thing someone in my position should do is look for personal gain. The knowledge and abilities I have are there to help save people. I do this I do what I do simply out of magnanimity. I do not know why I have been given the strength to save others. Well, there are certainly many more deserving than I, but I shall use them as best I can and prove that I am deserving of the ability to save the souls of those who need saving.
Speaking of, were you recovered from last night? I mean, that guy took a heck of
Yes.
a wallop. It looked like
Yes.
it had an effect on you.
Yes, indeed. That is
You all better now?
Yes, it wasn't. I have cured people in far worse condition than he. And is the major limitation of my abilities is to I cannot heal that which I cannot take on and absorb into myself. And as such, I cannot heal too much too quickly, or else I will indeed suffer the consequences.
So Thorin drives on a little longer, getting closer towards the end of his shift, but it's becoming a little bit difficult now to manage the horses and the cart as the winds are starting to pick up pretty severely now. And this is causing some pain to anyone who's sitting out on the wagon bench with exposed skin, as the little bits of ice, like that are being picked up off the trees and whatnot, are flying at you like mini projectiles.
Could I?
What's that?
Could I keep driving if I cover myself up? Because if I remember correctly, I did have a like a face mask and a set of goggles from when we were in Ankara.
You did. You got the sand kit for venturing out there. So yeah, you would need to switch the reins with somebody or stop the horses.
I got you.
To search through your kit for that. You could certainly do that.
I'll hand them off to him while I throw those on real quick.
Okay.
Go ahead and dig around if you want.
I'm just gonna adjust my seat here. So you hand the reins off to Morgan, and he takes over. And Morgan, immediately you can see how it is a little more challenging now with the winds picking up, and there's some drift that's starting to happen on the road ahead of you. And visibility seems to be creeping closer and closer towards the cart, to the horses. It's decreasing in terms of how far out you can see, to the point where it's getting pretty bad. Are you who was second shift? Was that you, Morgan? Or no, you started. Okay. So at this point,
I really want to pause our journey and wait out the weather. It does seem rather more.
Let's check the horses and see how they're doing. We can probably bundle ourselves up and go along.
That's a good thing, because again, like now visibility is getting down to about 10%, and you don't want to run the risk of the wagon veering off the road, which the more that the winds increase, the likelier that's going to happen. But so you pull the cart to a standstill. Hey, D Minecrafter, good to see you, Chris. Thanks for joining.
Chris, how's it going?
Haven't seen you in ages. We appreciate the support. So we're a couple hours in here to the season premiere of Black Dragon Tavern, and this is session 1. We did session 0, and we're starting session 1 of Dante's game tonight. So glad you could join us.
Going pretty well. Yeah, it's going pretty well so far.
Get yourself something good to drink, get you some snacks, and then enjoy the show. We're going to carry on with the game here. But if you have questions, please do put them in the chat. Anybody who's out there lurking, please feel free to drop in the chat. We absolutely will take the time to answer you. Obviously, primarily we're going to be focused on running the game here, but thanks for your support. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, Morgan, so you pull the cart to a stop, and the horses have blinders and whatnot that you can adjust. So, mainly you're concerned about the temperature. If the temperature is going to drop and how that's going to impact them. They're fairly sturdy horses. They're bred for this. They're draft horses, and they're of a hardy stock right here in Andalusia. So, they'll probably fare fairly well. But really, it's just going to be a matter of how long the storm is going to last. And if you give me a minute, I'm going to roll for it, and I'll tell you. So the storm's going to last for about 2 hours. So I'm trying to think of how to role play that out, because you wouldn't know that. You don't have a weather app, but you based on the rapid change in conditions, you decide that it's probably safer for everyone if you buckle down here somewhere, and lock down.
We'll just hunker down in the cart itself.
Yeah, okay.
Just pull it over. we're in a nice enclosed little bubble.
Yeah, yeah, and the cart has some fittings for some poles that you can put up where you could throw a tarp over it. So, um,
Yeah.
you know, that was one consideration they sort of put into it without even bothering to ask you, do you want a covered wagon? They sort of gave you, you know, they provisioned it for that. So that helps as well. And then
We'll
plus you
hobble.
mentioned that you have some furs.
Yeah, we'll
So
hobble the horses. We'll set the brake. We'll cover up with, you know, the tarp and between bed rolls, bear skins, and a tarp covering us all. We
yeah,
should be fine.
did anybody bring any lighting sources like torches or
I did.
lanterns?
I
Okay,
got
Yep.
lantern.
so the torches aren't really going to help you inside of the tent and inside of the wagon, but the lanterns will be okay.
I'll crack out a lantern then.
There will be enough ventilation where the lamp black isn't going to like kill you or anything.
Yeah.
Just don't knock it over and set the cart on fire.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to have a weenie roast that you don't want. All right.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for sleep. I'm going to take it.
Okay. So is anybody going to stay up and keep watch,
I'll-
or
I'll stay up for the first watch.
It's about probably, I would say, noonish or thereabouts. It's early in the day because you got to set off. You set off early in the morning, and you know you were taking 4-hour shifts, and you were just about the end of your shift, Thorin. So that would have been about 4 hours on the road. I could do the math if you want, but I don't think we want to go that meta. You know how long 2 horses in a
No.
cart can travel per day, minus the weather. You know, carry the one. So you know you're a good ways out on the road. You hunker everything down. The storm kicks in pretty severely, and fortunately, those 2 hours or so go by, and nothing drastic happens, other than like you've got a little bit of a chill, and the horses are sort of like getting restless and irritated. But
the horses aren't the only ones.
You give them some feed that the stable hand gave you to help them along the road here, and you make sure they're good, and then you determine that it's safe enough to make your way back onto the road.
All right. As long as I don't move, I'm warm. I'm good. But as soon as I move, it's over. Yeah. So you get up and peek ahead out of the thing and get stuff going, and it's like, well, here we go.
Yep. So the
Thorin,
road.
if you wanna get your rest, Hassan can ride shotgun. It's your turn down.
I'll take this chance.
All right.
Kind of clear the way a little bit and get on the road.
All right, fantastic. So you start off into your shift, driving out, and the roads are a little more covered, than they previous were because of the winds, obviously, and the drifts on the road, but not treacherous. Not to the point where they're treacherous. You're not feeling the wagon slide, so that's a good thing. It's mostly powder, and they're cutting through. The wheels are cutting through pretty decently. And you make your way through your whole shift pretty much uneventfully. And then it comes time for Hassan to take over the reins. Gryphon, I apologize. I'm looking at the overlay here, and I just realized that in the overlay for and also for you, Jeff, I didn't change your characters' names in the banners underneath your video windows. And that really sucks. That was really bad of me not to do that. I have it ready. I did it in Photoshop and I saved it. I just didn't upload it to OBS.
That's fine.
So I'll get that taken care of when we end the stream. I'll do that before the next one.
Hey, no worries.
So just real quickly, for those of you who are out in the viewing the stream, lurking, putting, having it on in the background, thanks for your support. Hop in the chat, say hi. Don't be shy. We're happy to chat with you. Again, I'm your host, Dante.
Deacon.
And we're Black Dragon Tavern, and we do this every Friday and Saturday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Central, and then every other Friday, 8 p.m. to midnight, when we run Dante's game, which is what you're watching right now. Okay, so back into the game. So Morgan, your first shift passes uneventfully. Hassan, you take over
Yay.
the reins, and so you're about a day into this travel. You're going to have several days ahead of you here, and pretty much like you get through about half of your shift, and uh, the road wariness is getting to you because you're not really used to this kind of thing with your background.
No.
Um, this level of manual labor is fairly intense for you, and with the weather and everything, it's making it quite intolerable. But you managed to do it. About your halfway point, you sort of hit a point where you're really just you want to scream and just drop the reins and say, screw this, this is not for me. But you tough it out and you make it through. So you pass your first day pretty much uneventfully, except for the snowstorm that hit you. And then, are you going to just basically do it the same way, 3 shifts for the remaining travel?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It would seem prudent.
Yeah. Okay, so you got,
Continue on.
you got a couple more days ahead of you before you reach this this respite area that Tom mentioned. So just let me see.
Good job,
Anything
Hassan.
there.
That was a long stretch. You should probably get some shut eye.
Yes, thank you. That was.
Don't worry about it. It's a long road.
Indeed.
Okay.
Go ahead. I got shotgun. Thorin,
I'll drive.
it's all you, good sir.
Take my
So-
rest.
So by the third day, you drive through in these shifts, and clearly it's taking a toll on you. It's even though you're getting a little bit of sleep here and there, your body's feeling it. Your eyes are feeling it. Your brains are sort of like, for Morgan, it might be something he's kind of used to, like being on watch duty, or having to do recon, or having to go long hours without rest. As a military person with that background. Thorin, you've done surveillance things before. It may be hitting Hassan the worst because he's not used to this sort of like
Yeah.
long physical challenge of duration and endurance. So about the third day or so, as the road weariness starts to set in and the snow picks up in volume and density, it's not so much the winds now as it's starting to snow a little harder. And again, this makes it a little challenging to keep the horses on the track and see ahead of you. Because as the hours go by and as the snow increases, the roads become more difficult to track what's road versus what's the edge of the road.
Sure.
So
Yeah, at some point we just got to stop.
You can pretty much keep going because there are still at this point. I ghosted out there for a minute. At this point, there are still enough. There's still enough delineation in the ruts and the roads for you to be able to see where the wagon should be headed. It's not to the point where it's all flat and blending into the periphery. So, but it does make travel slow and tedious. And, Thorin, as you're traveling, and, you realize you're getting closer to Fallshire, and thoughts of the horrors that took place on the outskirts of that village start to pass briefly through your mind, as you ponder what this place looks like now, because you haven't been there in several years. But there is one thought that tickles your brain a little bit here. And Morgan, I'm not sure, did you bring up a little bit about the woodworking stuff that you do? And how you bring that to your sister in Arcadia, and you trade, she takes it to the market. So, the one fact that tickles your brain a little bit is the fact that your new travel companion, Morgan, does woodworking and sells his goods by way of his sister in the market in Arcadia. And this goofy grin sort of like overcomes your face, as you remember this thing that only you, is only significant to you and where you're headed, and like much of the rest of the crew, this is dragging on, and the wind's blowing and the snows are coming down now, and
Whatever gets us through. Talk about anything to keep our brain occupied.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Exactly right, Morgan. You seem lost in thought, much like the rest of you, as the wagon plods on. But never fear. A short time later, a new squealing sound of one of the cart's wheels snaps you back to attention, and you all look at each other quizzically. Just before the cart violently tips down and smashes into the ground to the right, ejecting all of you from the seats and upsetting the contents of the wagon. I need each of you to give me a save versus Dex.
Okie doke.
So that's a D20. Whatever, and then plus whatever your bonuses are for Dex. Hey, it's the Grumpy Potatoes. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Hey,
I am so happy. You
in.
just made my heart skip a beat. I absolutely love your channel, and I'm like a regular there all the time, so it's kind of cool to see you here for a change. And it's super fantastic. And then you get to see Deacon for the first time, my son, playing Thor and Greyflame there. And then Deacon's boyfriend Gryphon, who's playing Hassan. And I forgot to change the banner and the overlay here. And then our good friend Jeff, who's playing Morgan. So welcome to the season premiere. It's good to see you there. Okay, did I get Dex rolls? I got Hassan got a 12, yep. Thorin, okay, oof, and then Jeff got a 7.
I'm +4, so yeah.
Okay.
So I should make it 11.
Hassan and Thorin just barely managed to anticipate the ejection from the cart, and they sort of like prep themselves to hit the ground and roll, and the snow helps them sort of like cushion some of the blow.
We just need a 10 to make the save?
Yeah, it's 11 or higher. Yeah. That's the base.
Okay, so I've got 11.
Okay. Oh, okay.
It's a total of 11.
So
it's a 7 plus 4.
So you did it too. It was a little scary for you as like your face goes flying out over the horses, and they're also freaking out a little bit. They're whinnying and bucking and braying at the accident here. You're trying to figure out what's going on, and
I just want to get to the horses and get them stopped, and get them calmed down.
All right, so you all managed to gain your feet, and Morgan goes and tends to the horses. So what are you doing, Hassan, and what are you doing, Thorin?
Let's see. I'm gonna take a look at the wheel, see what's up with that, see how that needs to be dealt with.
Okay.
Going to look around at what all of our supplies survived the ejection from the wagon.
Okay. Yeah, good idea. So mostly everything was tied up or secured, so there are some things that are still secured in the back of the wagon. There are a couple of loose bags that went flying out, but they didn't open up. You didn't lose any of the food, but there are several divots in the snow now where you've got to trudge through like 2-3 feet through the snow and dig these sacks out and bring them back to the wagon. And Morgan, you get the horses calmed down, like the horse whisperer, and they seem to be okay. They didn't slip, they didn't twist their ankles, more importantly, on the road here in the snow cover. And Thorin, you get the worst of the news. Like, you make your way around to the right front of the cart, and you see that the wheel has completely snapped off at the axle. So
that's probably bad.
Yeah, so you find yourselves here. You find yourselves here sort of like a little screwed. You've got a cart that has 3 wheels good. One of the axles has snapped, and it occurs to you like you might want to ask Morgan to take a look at it. Maybe he's got some skills that might be able to help.
Indeed, woodworker. You are.
Yeah. All right, you guys, and we'll just grab the hobbles and make sure we hobble the 2 horses so they're going to sit tight. They're not going anywhere. I'm going to see what we're looking at.
This seems more suited to you than any of us.
Well, it looks... Wow. How in the heck did we manage to snap that off? Well... Should I take a woodcraft to get an idea of how bad is bad?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, that's what we got those skills there for. So thanks for looking into that.
Also, while he's doing that, I asked just about how far out from Fallshire do I think we are?
You are you're almost halfway there. So you're almost to that respite that Tom had mentioned. Um, 61. So what's your base skill?
Mm,
It's in
woodcraft.
your it's in your character sheet. So if you open up your character sheet and go under
Yeah,
your bio.
I'm looking. Under the bio side.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that'll give you the skills.
Woodcraft. Oh, 70%.
Okay, so you make it. So you're like, yeah, no problem. I can fix this. And in fact, I won't make you roll again, Jeff. You already made that roll. So what that means is like you'll go out to the woods. You'll hack a little bit of wood and like make yourself a little piece of timber and be able to like secure it enough to get you to where you're going. So there are a couple things you could do. You could do that, and that'll be a band-aid fix, or you could, I'm sure everybody would be really thrilled about it. You could muscle the cart. You're looking at this and you're trying to determine what the best thing to do is, and right about that time you hear a very soft pluff, 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 approaching the cart from the direction of Fallshire, and it's a little hard to see the shape, but eventually it makes itself known as a coach, wagon, a stagecoach, a passenger coach. And the driver pulls up and says, "Oh dear," he says, "It looks like you've had a little bit of an accident there. I'm very terribly sorry to see that." He says, "If it's any consolation, the Traveler's Grotto is just about a mile and a quarter up the road here." He says, He says, I've got to run along. I've got to get these passengers to the capital. But if you can manage, I don't know, to leave the goods here or take them with you, it's not very far. Maybe one of you wants to go down the road and see if somebody from the camp can help you."
Well, we'll figure it out from here. It's only about a mile though, right?
Yeah, thereabouts. A mile and a quarter.
I
With
appreciate
this.
it.
So he says, "Okay, well, good luck. I've got to be off now, but best wishes."
Safe travels.
So the coach goes about its way. Very briefly, you see a face appear from like the back and a curtain, and then the curtains whisk back very quickly, and the cart makes its way off towards on the King's Road north towards Arcadia.
So what do you think?
Well,
we can muscle it for a mile, and then I can effect a repair up there.
I
That
think
might be a good idea,
would be
but
wise.
All right. I've got a pretty good timber I can use here. I just toss it in the back, and then between the horses and all that, we'll just help it along. It's only a mile, so it'll be a hard mile, but
long slow mile.
That's the spirit. It's only a mile. I kind of look over at Thor and go,
just
right,
a mile. I'm sure it won't be unbearable in this weather.
No.
Yeah, should I roll for like a random weather event?
Yeah, not now.
Be that DM. Okay,
yeah.
I was trying to balance the pain a little bit here, so it didn't stack up too much on you guys. Okay, so you took scenario 2. Interesting. Okay, so you're gonna muscle the cart, and between the three of you figure out that the best way to do it is like somebody probably on the opposite corner, in the left rear corner, pulling the cart down to lift it up, and then somebody in the front right corner holding that up a little bit as best as it can. You've got the horses to take the burden of the load, but it is still going to be, like you said, I'm not going to lie, it's going to be a painful mile for you. So
yeah.
Whereas like by foot in this weather, Morgan could probably do it the fastest, being militarily trained, to march, and force march and all that kind of stuff. Thorin, for you, would be a little bit of a slog, but nothing you can handle. And then again, for Hassan is going to be a challenge. So everything you ever wanted in terms of like world adventure and excitement, you're about to get. So you muscle the cart. Let's see. Let me jump back into my notes here. Here we are. So you manage to muscle the cart in all of its weight, which seems to multiply the further you get down the road through the snow. And you manage to make it to a little respite area called Traveler's Grotto that you now know the name of. And there is a makeshift road off of the path, off of the King's Road, that leads off to the left into the forest. And there seems to be a fairly good cover of canopy there, so the road off the side road off of the main King's Road looks to be fairly clear and shouldn't present any issues for you in terms of like maneuvering the cart. And the horses have calmed down, but it's still a chore for them. It throws them off a little bit because it's sort of like jerky for them as you're like struggling to balance the cart. And as you slowly but surely make your way down that path, sweating and exhausted, muscling that cart in, several people stop their tasks to stare wide-eyed at you in disbelief, that you're actually muscling this cart. And then after a moment, they snap to and rush to your aid, to relieve you of the burden. Here, let us help. So some of them are offering you water skins. Some of them are offering you, small bowls of food or whatever. And how long?
Appreciate it.
How long have you been hauling this thing like this?
Oh, just a mile.
Far too long.
Okay.
It's only been a mile. It's not the worst in the world.
And I said, well, let's get you into the camp here. There's, we'll bring you in. So they move your cart off the one side of the road, and get you further into the camp there, and get you a little more carefully situated as more people sort of start to gather around and see this spectacle rolling into camp here. And
right, so I want to get the cart stopped. I want to actually disconnect the horses and get them to some water. I want to take care of the animals first before we fuck with any of the other stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you guys take a break. This isn't going anywhere, so I'll take care of the horses.
Yeah. So on that note, that kind of moves us into like the next segment of this, the first chapter here. Let me pull up this map and I'll show you where you guys are at.
Also, wherever we're sitting at, I would like to sit somewhere where I can keep an eye on the wagon.
So actually, I should have switched this, and I apologize for not switching this map earlier, but like, you basically made your way down through the first map on the King's Road several days to about right here. And then here's the path that leads you into Traveler's Grotto. And then give me a minute and I'll switch over to the actual map. There we are. So you bring the wagon in across this bridge, across this frozen stream. It's sort of like between a river and a stream, but with it being iced over, it's kind of hard to tell how deep it is. And for many of you, this is the first time you've been here. And you manage to get the wagon into the encampment here, and you're greeted warmly. Certainly this is not the first time merchants have seen a broken wagon wheel or axle on a cart, but they're quite impressed at the feat that you just pulled off and pulling this into the camp here. And as you enter it, the subdued sounds of music and laughter and general merriment make their way from a bit deeper down the road into the camp to your ears. But really, it's the smell and the draw of the roaring bonfire and the fire-kissed food that's making your stomachs push you faster towards the encampment. Various wagons, carts, and coaches line either side of the makeshift road in the grotto. Merchants secure their loads and tie down their goods with oiled tarpaulins as others tend to their teams, feeding and grooming them while trying to keep them sheltered from the snow. A small band of wagoneers who have congregated around your transport welcome you and inform you that there are both blacksmiths and craftsmen in the encampments who can help you properly repair the wagon. Others point out the communal food tent where they tell you that you can get stews, grilled meats, and other savory-sounding delights just before they rush off to their own shelters out of the snow that's starting to increase. So Jeff, you find a library sort of area, or not a library, but like more of like a stable, a makeshift shelter. There's no real permanent fixture here. This is sort of an encampment that changes throughout the seasons. Um, and it's a wonder you hear somebody say off in the distance that nobody's actually set up a permanent settlement here or a permanent way stop because it's become so popular. So you find a place to shelter the horses and get them settled in and covered with some blankets and given some feed and whatnot. Um, in the meantime, Hassan,
are there any kids running around?
Are there what?
Any kids? Any kids running around?
Kids? You might see a kid or two because in addition to like
younger folks. I mean,
sure,
kids.
Yeah, because there's a mix of people here between like merchants and travelers as well. There are some travel coaches here that stop in as the halfway point between here and Arcadia, between Fallshire and Arcadia.
If anyone comes over and is checking around, I'll ask them and says, "Hey, you looking to make a few silver?"
Yeah, sure.
I says, "I tell you what, you brush these horses down, make sure they get fed, and check their hooves, and I'll what, 3 copper apiece."
That's not what you said
Three
originally,
silver?
but
sorry, 3 silver, 3 silver apiece.
Yeah, cool. He's the little kids like, and at the sign at the first sign of the shiny coin, two of his friends or two of her friends run up and they're like, ooh, can
All
I
right,
get
one
too? Can I
now,
get one too?
2 when you get done. Oh,
So
okay,
they all take to like
rub them
take the
down real
duties
good.
very seriously and take to the horses and they're petting them gently and brushing them and talking to them nicely and so they're in good hands.
Good.
The teams in good hands.
Get the horses taken care of. Without the horse, you got to take care of your horses or you're not going anywhere. So get back to the wagon. And
all right. So in the meantime, what are you doing, Hassan, and what are you doing, Thorin?
Where is our cart in here?
So the cart it's a little deeper in the encampment. They were trying to get you as close as they could to where like there's a wainwright and a blacksmith, and they've got like a makeshift little tent set up where they can do repairs. So they do basically
is like around here.
What's that?
Like around here. I'm not sure if you can see the ping.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll call it that.
All right. So if it's there, then I'll just sit down over this campfire here and just keep an eye on it.
Okay. Are you gonna seek out the services like since Morgan was tending to the horses? Is one of you gonna go look for the Wainwright and see if they want to take a look at the cart, or were you gonna just let Morgan repair it, or sort of what's the plan there?
It's a good question. I suppose might be good in a way to see if we can introduce Morgan to one of the craftsmen around here, see if they can't work together, maybe figure it out for a bit cheaper.
Okay, that's a good idea. And then Hassan, what are you gonna do?
He's going straight to where the food is.
Okay, fantastic.
He is hungry, he is cold, and he is in desperate need of a drink.
So you make your way into the mess tent, and it's basically like a communal sort of thing, a little potluck where, people have taken a little bit of their trade goods or stuff that they brought, and they've shared it out in exchange for other things. And there's just a huge variety of things here that you could, virtually anything you could think of that's in season mostly. So you help yourself to food and drink. Morgan, in the meantime, are you headed over?
I'm going to head back to the wagon and just kind of assess what we got going on here.
Okay. So Thorin, I don't know if you want to share the plan or suggest.
Yeah, I'll kind of just grab Morgan on the way back here and tell him what I'm thinking. So
yeah, I'm sure that if we've got a broken leg here, I'm sure that if there's a Wainwright or anything, they will probably come over and look at us looking at it and
Yeah, we'll say that. Like they're in the tent. You hear the clanging of metal as the smith is like pounding out a steel band for a wagon wheel, and the Wainwright's like shaving off a piece of wood with a plane, and and
Yeah.
they kind of see the commotion, and they kind of like look. They put their tools down and dust themselves off and straighten up their aprons, and they come out and they say, "Well, that looks like a number," And they said, "You got that in here by
Well,
hand?"
shit. Yeah,
We did.
we muscled it in. Thankfully, we were only about a mile out, so we were able to muscle it in.
And I said, "Well,
So,
somebody's looking out for you, that's for sure." These roads are
indeed.
not that bad in the King's Road here, but they've been known to throw some people off and be a little treacherous at times, especially this time of the year. But let's take a look and see what you got here.
Yeah,
And
we gotta,
the wagon, the Wainwright, sort of like looking over the general condition of the wagon, and he happens to notice in the back like the timber that you carved, and he's like, did you do that?
yeah, I got started and didn't realize that we were a mile from here. So,
And he looks at it and
um,
scratches his beard. He goes, that's not half bad work there. Commend you for that. And you did that here on the road?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Do you think we can put it to work on
I said,
this?
well, let's take a look. He takes it out and like hauls it off the wagon and kind of inspecting it a little bit. And he's like, yeah, I think, the little trim here and there. He's like, let me get under here. Let me see what we've got. And he says,
Thorn, why don't you go ahead and uh, make sure you and Hassan get fed and drink, and
I
you might as well chill out for now.
I'll see to
It's
that.
gonna be for a while. So
yeah, and the Wainwright looks at you and says, that's for sure. He says, you're going to need some, we'll get our friend the smith to do up some bolts for you here and some nails and some braces, because this one might be able to be fixed and, pounded back into shape, heated and tempered. He says, but you lost a lot of the hardware here. He says, but this will give you a good head start on that axle there. Um, and he says, make yourselves welcome. You can set up a tent here. You're safe in the encampment overnight. So this is the whole purpose of this.
I appreciate it. I'll let the guys get fed and watered for now.
So he dips. He says, "I'll be right back." He dips back into his tent, and he comes back a few minutes later with some tools and some gear and a basically like a the name's escaping me, the words escape me, like a jack. Like he puts a little brace underneath the cart to hold it up, and so you can get under there and look at it. And so the way that it's set up, he tells you, yeah, here's what I'm going to have to do. I'll remove the opposite wheel. I'm going to have to undo this whole like beam that goes the entire width of the cart, and we'll get yours put in place. We'll bolt it in. We'll brace it. We'll trim it down.
All right.
So he's going to set to. What's that?
What do we need to do first?
He says, what do you what would you like to do? Are you offering to help with the labor here? Or?
Yeah.
Oh,
if you need me to get a wheel off, I can get a wheel off. If you
okay. This is fantastic.
Cut this beam down.
Yeah, he hands you some tools to go, pull the wheel off the other side, and he said, while you're doing that, I'm going to take, I'm going to start on taking this other brace off of here, or I don't know all the bits on a wagon, but so he makes himself handy, and you get the wheel off, and eventually, you both get the beam off the axle, and it's quite heavy in the center, and then laid down or shaved down on the ends to fit the wagon wheels on. And he says, we'll have to take this back, and I'll work on it in the tent, so you grab that end,
fine.
and then you grab one end and he grabs the other, and you haul it back in there, and he goes to work on that. So in the meantime, Hassan and Thorin, you guys are in the mess tent, is that right?
Yeah. I'm kind of hanging around, grabbing a bit of food for us, and trying to just drop in on the gossip, figure out what's going on, and put out little feelers here and there, see what people are saying about whatever we're going to look for.
Yeah, sounds like a good plan. So each of you give me a save versus perception. Oh, pardon me as I adjust my seat here.
Is it perception?
And For anybody out there in the chat that's lurking, welcome. Thanks for the support. If you're tuning in for the first time, we're at Black Dragon Tavern. Glad to have you here. We do this. We're gonna be doing this Dante's game every other Friday from 8 to 10 p.m. Central. So check out our about page for more details on the stream schedule. And we got a new follower. Hey, thanks XOXO2640. Appreciate that. Thanks for the support.
Yeah, thank you.
We're trying to build our little community up here and hit a goal of 50 followers so we can get affiliate. So every follow helps. Appreciate that. All right, so Thorin's got an 11, Hassan's got a 12. So you both pretty much hear the same thing from somebody that's in the mess tent that's sort of like hanging about, dipping into like a little bit of everything, and you overhear him talking to somebody else. He says, we've heard that all sort of weird noises coming from deep within the woods outside of the village there in Fallshire, but I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's likely just swamp gas from Medes. That's not too far. If you ask me, it's just swamp gas. People's imaginations running wild. And Hassan, you hear something a little different. You hear somebody else. You hear the reply to that from the person that this stranger's talking to, and he says, "Some folks say they've seen strange shapes moving out the woods, along with them moans and clacking being reported. Pregnant moose is what I think it is, if you ask me." So you're getting some really crazy, off the wall kind of rumors that, people, they've got their opinions. And so some of this stuff is, like just really off the wall here. So in the meantime, Morgan, the Wainwright makes short work of making this new beam, this axle, because you've gotten so far down the road with already having a piece ready to size and all that. So that's a great help. And he compliments you for that again and says, you saved yourself a lot of trouble here. Said, so let's give this thing a try here. And you head back out to the wagon.
Okay. Carry the thing out.
You get it set up. He gets it bolted in place, locked in, gets it braced, and then the smith made short work because he had several of the pieces already on hand, and he was able to save one of the braces. One of them had to be replaced. It was just too far torqued out, and and then you get that on there, and the wheel itself looks like it's okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's damaged, but he puts it on he's got a spindle thing that he uses to to check to see if it's warped. And he makes a few adjustments here and there on the spokes, and he checks the metal band, and he's really thorough. Like, he really takes pride in his work. So you can see like the way that he looks at the wagon and the craftsmanship with his keen eye. Like, here's somebody who really is not going to do this half-assed. So after a couple hours, you get things back into shape again. You take the jack out, and here's the ultimate test, and it holds up beautifully. And he says that'll be much better than this other one that they had on there. He goes, I don't know how old it was, or how recently they replaced it, but this is going to give them years of service here. He says, and again, if you're ever looking, where are you from? Where are you outfitted at?
From the big city, but we're heading to Fallshire, just going and just doing some poking around with some rumors up there, or down there rather.
Okay. He says, I don't like to assume, but have you heard some of the strange things people are talking about that place, or what's going on outside of there?
I've heard some rumors, but I've heard some strange miscellaneous things. We're mercenaries. This is what we do. So we go and
he says,
see if we can solve the problem.
He says there was a woodsman out here a few days ago, a week ago. Time just flies by out here. He says he's a ranger sort. He swears he saw what he says looked like an armed soldier that was naught but bones, clacking him all about, lost like and wandering around those parts. Not in the village, mind you. This is outside of the village.
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. Not really paying attention to this conversation. I just realized.
No, I've actually that's not the first time I've heard that either. So, it kind of goes along with what I was assuming. Some sort of bone rattlers moving around.
And he says, well, this is an old country, an old continent, and there are enough ruins around here that it wouldn't surprise me. It's certainly not the first time I've heard of the dead walking again. He says, but I don't know. Nobody's really offered up any concrete proof, but, I do hope that you're safe in your travels, and at the very least, Fallshire is a lovely place if you've never been there. He says, but I'm sure they can give
I've been there many years ago. I walked through it once. That's about it.
So, he just basically fills you in on stuff, wishes you well and that, and he says, okay, I'll tell you what.
Let me know what I owe you. And
sure, he says, you did most of the work here. You saved me. You put me, far enough along down the path of building back a strong beam. He says that'll knock a significant cost off. He says, I'll tell you what. He says, let's call it 10 silver and a drink, and we're even.
You sure that's fair?
He says, I haven't seen anything around here in a while, and I'm getting bored, quite frankly. And between some of the other work that I've done, he says, which didn't require me to put my true skills to the test, he says,
well, it's appreciated.
You did so much of this.
I'll give him the 10 silver. It says, I'm going to go check in on some kids who were taking care of our horses. And then I'll check with the others.
He says, yeah, get yourself something to eat as well. He said, you must be famished. You've been out here for hours working on this with me. And I know
yeah, well, work comes first. And I want to make sure they got taken care of.
Yeah, he says, all right, if there's anything else you need before you leave, you just stop by.
All right, I will. Thank you. So I'll go back and I'll swing through the mess tent to find Hassan and Thorin on the way to the horses.
Okay.
And I poke my head in and look around. They here. All right. Looks like we got the cart is up and running again. I'm gonna go pay off some kids who took care of the horses. You think you two lazy louts can put together a hooch for us to sleep tonight? All right. Yeah, everything's taken care of. I think the Wainwright looking for someone to have a drink with, though.
Oh, well, I could use one after all this.
I figured as much. How are you doing, Hassan?
At least one.
How are you doing, Hassan?
If this is how it's going to be for the rest of the week, getting there, I have made a grave mistake.
Well, you did all right. Don't feel bad.
Well, you learned your first adventuring lesson easy. So, better to get it out of the way now.
All right. I'll let you guys deal with setting up the tent. I'm going to go pay some kids. Then I'm going to...
All right.
Finally get some food in me, and I'll come back and have a beverage of the frosty type with y'all.
Hassan, have fun setting up the tent. I better go speak to him about repayment in the form of a drink for fixing the cart.
I already played him 10 silvers, so... Yeah.
Oh, no, I was going to have a drink with him.
There's no reason why you couldn't all do that. Thorin's being like...
True.
Thorin is like putting the hammer down.
Yeah, I'm going to let Hassan do this tent setup because...
he couldn't pull the cart before, so he can at least set the tent up. I'll help out with that.
All right. I don't care how you guys do it, like
Don't.
settle it amongst yourselves, but suffice to say, you eventually get the tent set up and ready to go, and you get your kit in there, and you feel relatively comfortable putting your stuff there and going off to go have a drink with the Wainwright and the Smith. Um, so there's a fire going. They got a good bonfire going, and it's warming up the area pretty nicely, which makes this whole area a pretty good place to sort of congregate and take a little bit of a respite on the travel because it is a long, hard travel in the winter. And you drink into the night and you share stories and gossip and shoot the shit and whatnot, and eventually you decide you should probably turn in for the night because the wagon driver makes his way back around and checks. I'm sorry, I'm like way ahead of here. I'm sorry. Um, that's a different part of the story. Anyway, you know that like come first light, you're probably going to want to head out and get on your way because you've still got about 2.5 to 3 days of travel ahead of you.
Yeah.
At least now like you've got your cart was just inspected, your wagon was just inspected, and given the thumbs up by the Wainwright that yeah, this will get you there without a doubt. So you crash for the night. Eventually, you turn in and call it a night. Night passes uneventfully. Look at that! I blinked right out again like a ghost. Night passes uneventfully, and then come sun up, you hear the sounds of multiple wagons and carts and carriages preparing to take leave from their various resting places and on to their final destinations. One particular unique and impressive caravan that must have made its way in during the night is led by a large, serious-looking man dressed in thick, luxurious furs draped over rich, flowing robes. His deep bronzed complexion sets off his blue eyes and gleaming white teeth as he smiles at you and nods. He has a half-dozen well-armed escorts on beautiful horses accompanying him as he tends to his pack trains, bridles, and reins. The tan-colored, magnificent creatures hauling his goods tower over the other horses around them and are of a strange line, the likes of which you may not have seen before. They feature a large girth bodies with hill-like hump on their back, all held up by seemingly spindly legs too fragile to hold their own weight. Yet here they seem to display an amazing ability to bear a load of cargo that far surpasses what a horse can carry. You are fascinated by my magnificent beasts, no? I brought them from my homeland in Ankara at the request of one who wishes to adapt them to this region's climate. They are suited to cross dunes of our deserts, the rocky plains of our valleys, and can go for days without water, all while carrying a man or his burden. The stranger conveys to you with a pleasant smile. But forgive me.
I was going to. Oh.
Let me get through this intro. But forgive me, I have not introduced myself. I am Salah bin Abul Hamid, at your service. And he says with a short but polite bow.
Morgan.
Oh, Thorin, Grey Flame.
I am Hassan.
And he looks at you, Hassan, and gives you an additional sort of polite, courteous nod.
Which I return.
He says,
I've never seen camels brought to such faraway places as this. It must have been quite the job to transport them overseas.
He says, but you know these creatures. You are from the land which has these?
Indeed. My travels have brought me far and wide, but I was born in Ankara.
He says, then you are...
Stayed for many years.
He says, then you are a blood. He says, you are one from my homeland. He says, how fortunate of me to meet you. He says, recently I am come from the village called Fallshire, on my way to your capital, Arcadia. So our caravan traveled to the wrong path, sadly, upon our arrival, and we wound up in the pleasant village here, Fa'al-Shir, I believe you call it. But even misfortune can show one opportunity if one keeps one's wits about them and their eyes open, he says as he shows you some of the goods he picked up in trade in Fallshire. Thorn immediately suppresses a chuckle as he notes several crates labeled Pratt's Wooden Curios, George B. Pratt, proprietor. But, he says, would you join me in breaking your fast, or does the road ahead of you call you to your destination more urgently?
I think we'd be delighted to join you, if I may speak out of turn here.
Yeah, and plus you could tell us about Fallshire. We heard that there was trouble.
Oh, this pleases me. Very well. So you all head to the mess tent, where you're going to go grab some grub. So it's a pleasant breakfast, and Sala is an interesting character. And he shares several things with you. Some of them seemingly unrelated to the goings on here, and but what you do get out of him is, he says at one point, he says, "This village, the people there whisper fear of unseen things going on outside of their village. It is hard to say if these things are true, but they also make hint at another event that plagued their peace some years ago. It is not to be taken lightly, one supposes."
What is that?
I do not know, because it is, how do you say, rude to pry. Although my curiosity did make me wonder what this thing was that happened.
Indeed.
But I hear other things too that I find fascinating. Like, did you know, at least I am told, there was once an old king who inhabited the tower keep nearby the village. It is said he was a tyrant of a ruler who tortured many a perceived enemy. Your villagers believe it is his victims who wander these grounds now in the night. But I do not know, again, the veracity of this story. Have you been to this Falshir?
I have before, not on the most pleasant of terms, but I have.
It seems you do not return pleasantly either.
No.
I walked through once when I was in the army. The regiment, we marched through the area, but we didn't stick around.
I see. It seems as if it is a pleasant enough place. Interestingly, a holy man approached me in the village and asked what god I followed. I told him I follow the god who bestows upon me good fortune, good health, and safe travels, whomever they may be or what form they may take. He asked if I had heard of his god, Belial. I had not. Unfortunately, I told him I had not. And he very
What
eagerly.
did you say?
Belial.
Yes, I believe this is it. But
yes. They can be troublemakers, although they don't necessarily mean harm most of the time. It's probably best if you just stay away from them.
Well, fortunately for me, I told him I did not have the time, and he very enthusiastically wished to extol the virtues of his deity upon me, but I begged off on account of having to get back onto the road to my path, my destination. I assured that truly I was sad. He did leave me with this pamphlet, however. And he pulls out a little pamphlet that is basically a tract and says, have you heard of our Lord and Savior Belial? Okay, that didn't really have the intended effect I was hoping it would happen on Deacon, but...
I'm laughing, I'm just trying not to interrupt.
It's a reference to a past event that happened in a game years ago.
The last time we were in Fallshire, you see.
Yeah.
To examine that, if I may.
So he hands it to you. And it's a small press type of thing. The technology in this world is advanced to the point where, like, they'd have like a basic Gutenberg press type of setup. And so aside from handwritten scrolls and tomes, there are books that they do have the capability of printing in small batches, most of which are fairly expensive, for larger works, bodies of works, such as texts or treatises on certain topics, like in the academic realm. Um, but for small things, you can get a stamp made, like a woodblock stamp and ink, and do a lot of that. So they've got the symbol of Belial on there, and it's basically that. It's a tract. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Cthulhu? Basically.
Right.
So, and then it's just got the name of a contact in town there in Fallshire. So Sala says, in Andalusia, your history is left to decay out in the open for all to see, to plunder, and to ignore. In Ankara, our secrets are buried in the sand, rarely to be seen again. And for good reason in many cases, given our land's dark past. But you,
Indeed.
my friend, would know this.
Yes. There is much that is buried that should stay that way. And not all that it does.
These words are true. However, there are those who, how do you say, they seek their fortune, and they go looking for these things only to find disaster and catastrophe. But let us not turn to dark topics. We will enjoy the breakfast. So you go about the rest of your breakfast, and sharing tales of like trade and commerce and stuff like that. And he basically tells you that he's a merchant, and every now and then he does make his way over from Ankara through the trade canals over here to Andalusia, and this was a special request to bring these camels here because his client, who he keeps confidential because he's a trustworthy man, wants to try to acclimate. And that's the thing is, camels are surprisingly resilient and they can survive in winter climes. So he stood to make a pretty decent amount of money on bringing this shipment over here. And while he was here, and because of the misfortune that he had in getting rerouted and going south to Fallshire instead of north to Arcadia, he wound up taking advantage of that opportunity and picking up some goods in the village there. So that, okay, that's that. So it gets to be a little bit later on in your, in the morning here, and Morgan's itching to go. So you all, make your pleasantries and, tell him how much of a pleasure it was to meet him. And he says, I wish you well in your travels and your pursuits. Perhaps our paths will cross again in the future. And should you find yourselves in Ankara, ask for me and I will show you the wonders of our land. Oh, and look to the holy man in the village. He seems, how do you say in your language?
Sketchy.
Intriguing.
I'll talk to him.
And then he greets you. He wishes you well, and says, now I must go attend to my caravan. And so he makes his way out of the tent.
Belial, huh?
There, in Fallshire at least, it started off as nothing harmless. As nothing harmful, but it's been quite some time since I've been here, so I've not had the pleasure of checking in on what they've been doing.
Out of character, Belial.
Yeah.
Is it because I don't want to conflate, an in-game deity that could be completely different than the real world reference. What is Belial in this?
Yeah, I was going to ask as well, like out of character, what would I know about?
If I remember correctly, and please feel free to correct me because I could definitely be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it is Belial.
Yes.
So it's kind of a freaking demon, kind of.
It is. It is the big bad
Demons
Belial.
are actual and very real things in this world.
And so there's a little bit. I'll give you a little bit of history, game history on this. The cult of Belial was started. So let's go way back. There was a great war that took place a couple hundred years ago. And you all would have known about this. Maybe, I don't know how long Hassan has been in continent. Sorry. In country. That's what I meant to say. No, it was a genuine mistake, Jeff.
That was an IBS joke. Good job.
It's an IBS joke. I don't know how long you've been in country from Ankara, so you may or may not know about this, but chances are, historically, you probably couldn't have escaped the story because it was something that impacted effectively the entire planet. There was a great war called the Great War Below, and effectively what happened was the Minions of Dark had been collecting and gathering power, and they had acquired an artifact that was of immense value and immense power and was effectively going to end the world if it were paired up with a couple other companion relics that it needed in order to achieve this. And like much that happens when corrupt power or corrupt people gather together, it just grew and grew and grew in intensity and influence. And pretty soon a full-on war broke out when this cult decided they were going to resurrect Belial. They were going to summon Belial. They were going to summon anything they could, any demon that would answer their call. And they did, and literal all hell broke loose on the planet. And it was a battle that... What's that?
Fun.
Oh, yeah, much. And it was a battle that took place, and it lasted for at least a generation or two, if I remember my game history correctly here. But it shook the planet. It literally almost cracked the planet in half. Magic there was a huge influx, like a power surge basically, of magic that happened to the point where by the time the battle was ended, magic had all but disappeared from the planet, and it was coming and going in little fits and spurts here and there. The intensity of how it used to be waned to practically nothing. This battle actually woke the gods from their slumber, and they sent down their angels and archangels to come battle the demons and devils that issued forth. And so there were battles of orcs and goblins and humans and elves and dwarves and every classical fantasy element that you can imagine in history. It took place, and most of the battle took place under the crown of Andalusia, or the mountain range. And eventually light won over dark. They drove the demons back, but at great cost. They eventually recovered the artifact, and they dealt with it accordingly. It's kept under, very, very hush-hush, and there are only maybe a handful of people that know its whereabouts and what was done with it to sort of safeguard it against ever falling into the wrong hands again. So this all took place, like I said, a couple centuries ago. And then after the Great War Below, there was a movement called the Purging of the Cults. And this group of effectively like witch hunters banded together, and they called themselves the Keepers of the Flame. And they went out across the country and across the globe hunting down any cult. And it didn't matter if they weren't a follower of the Lords of Light in the Church of the Light, um, effectively, and they weren't working on behalf of the church either, which is what made it tricky. They were basically just a radical group of mercenaries that went out to hunt down anybody who didn't follow this because they were perceived as a threat to peace on the orb, and they committed a lot of atrocities. They drove them out of their homes, they murdered them, they tortured them, they exiled them. There were a lot of bad things that happened in the purging of the cults, and so there were some people who were driven underground, some people who were in different religious cults that were peaceful and non-threatening at all, druidic cults and different things like that had to go into hiding, and they couldn't practice. Eventually, the keepers of the eternal flame were prosecuted. There was a tribunal that was put together that said, okay, look, you're committing some atrocities here. You're doing this. You're claiming this is in the name of the church, but it's really not. So we're going to outlaw this. And they were brought to trial.
Crimes in the name of the church. Yeah, that's not going to fly.
Exactly right. So they were prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, and some were executed for their crimes against humanity. Some were imprisoned for life. Others fled and went underground. The same way that some rogue members of certain cults did. And as it happens, there were still some zealots that escaped the purging, and they went on to go underground. They couldn't practice their devotion publicly, and they couldn't gather followers to them. But they kept the cult of Belial going for centuries now. And slowly but surely, it's been making its way back into the public, becoming a little ballsier every time it does. So every once in a while, the adventurers in my game throughout the last decade, in real life, have run into fragments of the cult, and the overarching theme is that they're growing in intensity and popularity and power. So fair warning to all of you sitting here. So yes,
no worries.
It is the Belial that you're thinking of.
I thought so, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah. So there's more that I don't want to say because it's part of like the larger story arc, and it'll unfold as we get deeper into this. But you'll see at a certain point, you'll be like, oh my God, okay, it all makes sense. It's all falling into place. So, okay. So on that, Solo wishes you well in your travels and invites you, to Ankara if you're ever there, to come see the land, and he'll show you about. And then he makes his way off to take care of his team that he's got to get up to Arcadia and to go trade. So you decide it's time to pack up and head out. What time is it here?
I just wanted to give you I just wanted to let you know it's
Yep. So
just gonna have you check the time.
Quarter after 11. We can keep going until the top of the hour, or it's up to you guys if you want to break here.
I mean, this does feel like this doesn't feel like a bad natural stopping point.
It's a really good one. I'd like to keep going, but this is kind of a really good break point.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I was trying to.
I want to keep going, but I'm not sure if we'll have another stopping point that's as good as this.
Yeah, because like I can give you a heads up. Like you've got, I'm not going to role play out the 3 days. You've got 3 days of travel left before you get to Fallshire, to the village, and then
you can hand wave him that and get us into the meat.
Yeah, that's basically where we were going to stop anyway. It was like you get there and you get settled in, and then we're going to start the next segment there. But entirely up to you. But that's the kind of feedback I love, because the way that I wrote this is I try to write it in chapters and sections within chapters that were natural breaking points and places where I have to change maps and whatnot. And trying to figure out how to fit that in the space of 4 hours on a stream is a little challenging. So I appreciate that feedback.
That's hard.
Yeah,
that's hard.
It is.
But I managed to do it. I did it for the whole year. So like, if you guys decide this is for you and you're crazy about it, you're
good job though. You did a really good job.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So one thing I would like to do before we break, if we are going to break here, I know we told our viewers that we'd go to midnight, but if it's okay with you guys, can I squeeze in a few minutes of feedback? I want to go around the table, so to speak.
You beat me to it. Actually, that was exactly what I was going to say.
Great minds think alike, right? But
yeah, I was like,
this
is, yeah, I think that's a great thing is think of things that you liked, things that you didn't like, things that would change, things that you would keep the same.
Yep.
You know, what's working, what's not working, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Plus, kudos for anybody else, you know.
Yeah, well, let's start with you. Let's start with you, Jeff. Then start there. Like,
oh God, why do I have to be first?
Well, because you've got a really excellent grasp. Yeah, you got a really excellent grasp on it. That's exactly the format that I'd like to use. Give me a highlight, give me a low light, and then like any.
Let's see, highlight. Let's see. Honestly, the highlight, as much as I kind of cringed about it, was when we got to the camp and started interacting with people. I mean, it was kind of nice to have kind of a slow pace and kind of having just kind of character building, which I thought was good. But yeah, I think we really shined once we got to the camp. That was kind of my high point.
Okay. And something that was not so great, or could have used improvement.
I don't think that there was really a low point. I know it was hard getting us started and getting us together. That's always kind of clunky.
Yeah.
There's no way around it, and I think that's why I can't really point a finger at that, because that's always hard, and that's always the hardest thing, especially like in episode 1, is like, well, how do we get the characters together in the same place and kind of moving in that direction?
Sure.
Yeah, so that's always the hardest part, and you could say that that's the low point, but there's no fingers to point because it's just hard.
Yeah,
sure.
I think especially, I feel like
you
especially
look trustworthy.
Exactly.
Like, it's not hard to get the characters together in the same place. Like, it's easy to just establish that as, like, the scene setting. But the challenge is in convincingly role-playing, like, character-driven reasons for the party to actually become a party.
Yeah.
Rather than just, well, we're all the player characters, so we've got to stick together because reasons.
Yeah, it is what it is. You know, it's hard.
Yeah.
So, but I think we got through it, and it seemed plausible. So
yeah,
a little awkward, but we got through it, and it was good. So I think everything is good. I don't have any real negatives. I think we keep going with what we're going, and the characters kind of just gel as they gel.
Yeah, sure. I noticed, and maybe I'll reserve this for later, but I kind of feel like it's a good time to mention it. Like right away, obviously, all of you started picking up on the way that Gryphon was playing character, and to me, I was tickled. I was like, yeah, because I kind of knew his backstory, or I still do know things that you don't know. And I'm like, yeah, this is perfect. This is going to work out great. I want to see how that dynamic happens, how that unfolds. So on that note, Gryphon, what about you? Like, give me a highlight. Give me some of the highlights.
I think a highlight would be, the unexpected turn into. I think highlight would be the cart crashing and the fact that like turned it into a more unexpected, like, all right, all of a sudden we're in doing things mode again. That was a good transition.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that. Okay. And I mean, Jeff said it pretty well. I don't think there's really anything that I'd say stuck out as a low light of the session. It was, and it's the first session of a new campaign. It's always going to be a little slow.
Yeah.
And the getting the party together is often going to be a bit clunky, and there's nothing you can really do to change that. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
So
I like what you're doing with Hassan, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, because he's, he's not the, I'm good at everything and I'm the Ubermensch and I can do it all. It's like, no, I'm cold and I'm not used to this and I don't really want to be doing this. This sucks.
Yeah. I'm grinning over here like an evil monkey because like it's super refreshing to have somebody play a character like that where it's the truth. It's
vulnerable.
like, vulnerable, realistic.
And
too.
honestly, I hadn't even thought about that as a facet of his character, but it makes total sense now that we're getting into it, that is entirely how he would be.
Yeah. Fantastic. All right, Thorin, Deacon, let's move to you. Give me some highlights.
Yes. I guess the biggest overall highlight for me would just generally be it's just nice to be back in these boots, like to have a group to play with, to have a game to play.
Wait, what did you say? It's nice to be back in what?
In these boots.
That is hilarious because I actually have one of the chapters in here that I named is called New Day, Old Boots. I mean, talk about a weird random coincidence. That's hilarious. Okay, I love it.
Anyway,
sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I think the biggest highlight for me is just playing again because it's fun to play, and it's been a while since we played.
Yeah.
In a full campaign. Other than that, I think another highlight for me would be it went a lot smoother than I was expecting for it being the first session. It could have gone much worse, but it really didn't. And I think we all kind of found what we want to be doing, at least as far as this part goes, pretty quickly. And I was really super happy with the way that all worked out. So
that's good to hear. I appreciate it. How about some lowlights? What were some things like, and it doesn't have to necessarily be something super bad or, did it drag for you in anywhere?
I'm still gonna have to agree with them. It's as well as it went, it's the first session, it's gonna be a bit clunky. It's gonna be maybe not the best, but if that's like the worst lowlight there is, then it's off to a good start. So
I think as far as starting off campaigns, I've had a lot that were far more clunky.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's like it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
And I think we fell in together pretty well, and it wasn't just trite.
Yeah.
We made the effort of kind of trying to but we didn't do the whole adventurer, you look trustworthy. Would you like to join our party?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there are a couple of ways that can go, and it can get cringe, depending on how it goes. Because at a certain point, you sort of have to suspend disbelief as well and say, okay, well, the goal is, as a DM, that's always the hardest part. Is like, oh God, like I was genuinely worried there for a little bit. Like, okay, Gryphon's not making a move, and he wasn't saying anything, So I finally sent a DM to him. I whispered to him, and I said, "So, what's your plan to introduce Hassan?" And then he didn't say anything. And I was like, oh God, is he getting stage fright? I'm like, no, he couldn't have. He just did that whole 4-hour stream with us before the end of the year.
Yeah.
But he had a plan. So I've got an angle.
It worked. So,
So, that's good. It's fantastic.
I think the other low light for me is I know I said I was going to try and play Thorin differently, but there was a bit of a lack of combat. I didn't get to smash anybody. So... No fighting was
You'll
involved.
Get some opportunities. So. Don't you worry, your dwarven boots. Yeah, but so I appreciate it. It's really good feedback. I'm glad you all enjoyed it. I agree on all the points. Starting with the lowlights, typical first session awkwardness, but you guys did a fantastic job of overcoming that pretty quickly and getting a show on the road. That for me is the most important thing, especially because we're live streaming this, and when people tune in randomly, and they'll stay for a little while, and then they'll hop out. Other people come in. Some people stick around for the whole thing, and for me, it's important to sort of get that feel of like there's actually something going on here instead of just a dead lull. And it's not quite the same as radio. I worked in the radio industry indirectly. I did IT, but I spent a lot of time around what they used to call disc jockeys, that would broadcast on the air, also known as on-air personalities. Dead air was a no-no.
Bad.
You could not let a single second of that time go by without saying something, even if it was something goofy, because it was just, you had to engage the listeners. Live streaming, thank goodness, is a little more forgiving because you've got this. I'm here in the camera. You can see me. You can see I'm thinking. You can see I'm putting thought into it, and you're producing content. And if we're like players in a play, and so there will be natural pauses where you're reflecting or that. It's okay when it's the character, but when the player, if I think it's the player that's like, choking and they're like stage writing, that freaks me out. But I'm glad you pulled that out, Gryphon, because that was really good. Let me ask you this, like, how did you feel generally about the structure of how I laid things out in terms of the story? And what did you think about the flavor text? Like, the level of descriptions, is it too much? Is it not enough? Keeping in mind that, we've got to fill a 4-hour block, and that I don't just want to say, you open the wooden door.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
If nobody minds me going first, I'll kind of take the head on this one. I think it's a bit hard to get a gauge on either of those right now. With the story, especially, it seemed to work out as far as where we're at. But it also was a bit weird because the first hour or so was all the Session 0 stuff.
Right.
Which took up a pretty decent chunk of the stream. So it was a bit hard to kind of gauge how well a story would fit into that time period, into that 4-hour block. As far as the flavor text goes, I thought it was really good, and I think, obviously you're not gonna have to write paragraphs about opening a single door, but a decent amount of flavor text will kind of help pad it out a bit to get us to that 4-hour mark if the gameplay doesn't.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought it was interesting. I think it was like, oh wow, you have actual block text.
Yeah.
And I was like, which is kind of an old school vibe that I haven't seen in a while. It wasn't a bad thing. I didn't think it was a negative at all. I hadn't even thought about it as far as the consideration of time and all that. I tend to not do block text and kind of hand wavium the description in more of my own words, but there's not. I don't think there's a right or wrong way. And I think with your game that you're running, I think you're going for more of that old school vibe, and it's most definitely appropriate. So,
okay, that's good. That's good to hear. And I'm glad, because I was concerned about that. I'm like, that's the one thing I should have said up front, been a little more open about, is like how I GM, how I run a game. I kind of hinted at it a little bit about I had a certain aesthetic that I want to keep, a certain feel that I want to keep in the game. But that sort of seemed like it was more directed when we were talking about rules and if there was something that didn't work for somebody. But yeah, so I do like to do that. I do like to write very descriptive passages, especially in areas where I don't like to metagame. And that's one thing we should have probably talked about right at the beginning during the Session 0 discussion that we had. But I don't like to metagame, so I like to put everything you need in the story, and it requires attention and it requires people to listen. Like, Um, Jeff, you were the one I think first, and I think Deacon caught on. I'm not sure if Gryphon piped in or not on it, but you caught the part about when Sulla was talking about the Ranger, talking about seeing bones moving about in military garb or whatever. You're like, hey, wait a minute, I heard this.
Yeah.
That's a good thing, because that's how I read it. Like, that's usually a hint. Like, if you're getting that from more than one source, there's maybe a grain of truth to it. So
That's not the first we've heard of this. That helps a lot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Thor, I'm sorry, Gryphon, what about you? Like, in terms of the structure and the storytelling and all that, how was that for you?
I think it was good. That I honestly, there are you put in a lot of details to it, and I really appreciate that, because it is like that's one of the best things in a game, in my opinion, the things that things that the DM intends for the players to work out, but doesn't ever explicitly say, but that it's things that you can figure out just from all of the background context that you've been given, but never explicitly stated. That's a really good way to develop information about the world for your players, and you're doing a good job of that so far from what I've seen, and I'm definitely excited to go further in this campaign.
I appreciate it. I really do, and that's super positive and good thing to hear. Yeah, and it's hard because like everybody's different. Some people take notes. Like, I've had players over the years that have taken copious notes and literally walked away with 2 or 3 legal pads full of stuff throughout their tenure as a gamer and a player in my game. Um, and Deacon, his character has acquired. He's gone through easily a half a dozen character sheets. He's gone through like 3 equipment lists. You do this.
I've gone through like 3 equipment lists for one character.
Yeah, for one character. Well, so you're 18 now. You've been playing since you were 10. Just to give everybody else on the stream here an idea of how long you've been running this character. Not consistently, because he did take a break of several years and he went on and played a different character, and then we took a hiatus because of COVID and all that other stuff. But I don't want to get distracted. So for me, it's important to put the details into the story. And again, I'm putting it out there for you. And if you listen carefully, you'll have what you need, Oh my God! Hey, it's WonderLustRPG, my man. Rating with a party of 11. Holy crap!
Oh,
We got a Capricious Gamer has followed. Hey, thanks for the follow, Capricious Gamer.
This is a bit of an unexpected surprise. Thank you.
Party.
Yeah, got a raid, Wonder Raid, and there's Saint Valentino. Yep. Hey, I just saw you. We just chatted last night. Good to see you, Saint Valentino. Look at this, awesome.
Oh, this is doppelganger.
Even with my glasses, Sir Scuttlebutt. Oh my God, I feel honored. I get to meet Sir Scuttlebutt. You were spoken with high praise last night, so thank you so much. Wow, thanks for the follow, Sir Scuttlebutt. Who else? A. Jimenez. Fantastic. Oh, this is awesome. This is so exciting. We were just it's funny because we were actually doing some post game feedback and wrap up, and but I'm glad you could tune in. We had a really great session here. We were doing session 0, and then I asked the players, said, we've got some time. Like, do you want to jump into the game? And they said, yeah, what the hell, why not? So we did that. So it's so awesome to see everybody. Thanks for following.
Yeah. Thank you all so much. That is awesome.
Yeah.
I love a good after action report. So
yeah. Yeah. So
that's the format.
Love the layout. We always snipe before we raid, and it was great to see everything. Well, I appreciate that, Wanderlust. And like I've been hanging out. I'm not just blowing sunshine up here. Wazoo. I've been hanging out in your channel now for I don't know, a week or two. I'm not going to boast, exaggerate that. I think it's a week or two now, relatively new, but I love what you do. You're fun. You're a fun guy. You put out some cool stuff. I love how you engage your chat, and that's super fantastic. And again, you're really super supportive. We gave you a huge shout out in the beginning of the show. In fact, we shouted out WonderLustRPG, Meadow Fairy, Lantern Noir, and our real life friend that we've known for 16 years now, Zombie Joe. Yep, and he's running a channel called Border Kingdom Adventures. It's a D&D Adventures League channel. Joe has been running D&D Adventures League for eons, and if you ever come to the Madison, Wisconsin area and you go to our big game con here, it's called Gamehole Con, he is the dude. You'll want to play a D&D game under him. So that's awesome. But yeah, Wanderlust, this is super awesome. Appreciate it. And thanks for the feedback on the layouts. I put a lot of work into the different overlays that we have here. I do it all by hand. I do it in Photoshop. That's kind of my background.
Dante, yeah, he's the one with the...
Oh, yeah. Hey, Jimenez. Hey, thank you. Gracias. I appreciate that. It's, it's a big birthday. So I'm Dante, and over here to my on camera, I guess that's my left, my right. I don't know, is my co-host.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah,
it's nice to finally see the people that he's been talking so much about. So.
Yeah, yep. That's Deacon, and then we're joined by Deacon's boyfriend, Gryphon. Gryphon is a return guest here, and I screwed up, and I forgot to change the overlay to put his character's name on there, and the same thing with Jeff. Jeff is on the end all the way down there. Give us a wave, Jeff. There he is. So this is fantastic. We well, thank you, A. Jimenez. A. Jimenez says your setup is amazing. Great work. I appreciate it. So we're going to do this every 2 weeks, every other Friday. We're going to be playing Dante's game, and it's a 4-hour stream. And I'm super excited because we did a one shot right before the holidays. Thanks, Wonderlust, for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. We lost track of thought there. Oh, we were doing a one shot right before the end of the year in 2021, just to test the waters and see how it felt to do Roll20 on stream, and it went fantastic. So here we are. We did this RPG tonight, and I'm looking forward to many sessions. But in addition to doing Dante's game every other Friday, Deacon and I broadcast normally as Black Dragon Tavern here on this channel every Friday and Saturday between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. Friday nights we do Fireside Chat. That's the first hour of our show where we literally sit in front of our fireplace and talk about gaming news and pop culture and all kinds of fun stuff. We really engage the chat. So when people drop in, we do AMAs, Ask Me Anything. And then during the second half of the show, we'll play tabletop games, and we call that segment the Battle Zone. Then on Saturday nights, we do the first half of the show, Fireside Chat, and the second half of the show we call From the Workbench, where we each have a camera on us, and we paint miniatures, we do kit bashing, we do model building, we do a whole lot of that hobby stuff. Finally, something to do besides sleep and fishing over the weekend. Hey, there you go. Well, tune in. We'll definitely keep you busy there. It's an ever continuous battle as I try to get Deacon to branch out and maybe stream one more night during the week or something, but he's kind of not into that right now, and that's fine. That's not his thing. But
work is annoying. So
it's what?
Work is annoying, which is the main part of it. So
that's true. You got to work during the afternoon, so that does make it difficult. But that doesn't mean that I can't hop on here, so we'll have to talk about that. I know there was some concern about that, like splitting the brand, but anyway, So hey, thanks. I want to know do you say XOXO 2640, or is it Hugs and Kisses 2640? Appreciate the follow, and definitely look forward to seeing you here in the future. So, and I think we got our schedule. In fact, I can drop that in here, put the stream times in there. It's a little confusing because I've got, every Friday and then every other Friday. But effectively, we'll post it up in the stream title ahead of time, what we're going to be broadcasting, if it's going to be Dante's game that Friday night or if it's going to be something else. But so let me, this is super cool. I really appreciate it, everybody. That's been such a fantastic way to end the stream. But let me hop back over here real quick and give thanks to Jeff Preston for playing tonight. And Jeff, we're looking forward to seeing you in 2 weeks. Gryphon,
I'm
same thing
stoked.
as you. And, I'm sure we'll see you,
Yeah.
Gryphon, before then or
Thanks for
talk to
having
you.
me.
Yeah, good
And,
job, guys.
Yeah.
Both
Yeah,
you guys.
thank
I
you.
mean, Deacon, Gryphon, you guys were great, and thanks, Dante. You did a really good job.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jeff. It's been a lot of fun. XOXO, I made that username before I knew how to make usernames. It's all good. It's all good. Saint Valentino with the hype emotes. All right, I love it. I mean, like, so, if anybody's got to run, like Jeff, if you got to run, I know you got a thing you
I
got to do
actually
in the
do.
morning.
Yeah, I actually do.
Don't feel bad. Feel free to go ahead and bug out. And Gryphon, I don't know if you want to stick around for a few. If not, that's cool too. But Deacon, so I'm going to hang on here for a little while longer and just chat with the chat.
Cool.
And maybe we can talk some game stuff. So thanks again, guys. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks
Yeah.
again.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for dropping
see ya.
info. Yeah, he's done.
Yeah, I'll see if maybe I can tweak that Discord layout a little bit here real quick.
Oh yeah, that kind of broke, didn't it?
Your very first name was Pug 16172. I feel like yeah, it's the numbers really that kill it. Like you get those usernames, and then all of a sudden, those usernames just like you think you got something cool like Black Dragon Tavern, and then it's like this username is taken, but Black Dragon Tavern 273654 is available. It's like, yeah, that's so not cool. So, Deacon, I'm just going to pull your camera in here, which means I'm going to need to tweak it next time.
All right.
Okay. I'm going to head out, I think.
Black Dragon 69420.
69420. That's probably
the only good numbers to put in your username.
You're right. Good old OBS and Discord. Soon as you mess up one thing, the whole thing is just screwed up.
Yeah. So did Gryphon just drop out?
Yep, he did. So you're gonna have to fix it again.
Yeah. And I can't switch over to another overlay because that we don't have like an overlay set up for just two. But that gives me a project to work on. But in the meantime I can do it. Like, I know a lot of people here are streamers, so they know the pain. But speaking of streamers, Wanderlust, I know I told you this last night, dude, I love that Black Dragon that you had. I think it was a Black Dragon. That animation that you had was just off the hook. So my camera is a little hosed, but let's see. Maybe we can do this. There we go. And again, it's not that big of a deal. I just want to fill this in so we can chat with our raid team here.
Yeah.
And
I'll hang out here for a bit.
I'm gonna what's that, Deacon?
It's I'll hang out here for a bit. I don't think I have anything better to do for now. So
excellent. And it's the weekend too, so like totally. But yeah, like I need to figure out once we hit affiliate, we're not that far off. Appreciate it. Thanks, Wonderlust. Once we hit affiliate, I think we'll have to try to figure out. I just lost my whole train of thought there. Where was I going with that? Oh yeah, how to properly respond when raids come in, like to set up an auto response or something when raids come in, because that's super cool.
A little notification.
Yeah. Pop-Tart Squirt Brigade. I love that. Pop-Tart Squirt Brigade says, one day I'll sell my username as an NFT. There you go. Absolutely, why not? Too funny. Trying to see, who else? Who did I miss? Did I miss anybody here? Where can I scroll? We got a whole lot of people who follow Sir Scuttlebutt, A. Jimenez, Capricious Gamer. I think Capricious Gamer was the first. Saint Valentino, thank you so much. Wanderlust. A whole lot of folks. That's super cool. That just made the night.
It did.
And so Deacon, we were going through the post game sort of breakdown, Wanderlust says, "Yeah, I struggle." Are you watching the stream, Deacon? I don't know or not, because if you are, I won't
I
bother
am,
reading
yeah.
the. Okay, so you can see the chat as
I am.
well.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. I think it's habit. I'm doing that mostly for the benefit of the other two guests because they weren't really watching it, but they're on now. So you say what? I struggle live D&D talking with chat, DMing. Yeah, it's a lot, Wonder. It's a lot. Like I booted up Moonbot. I got that going, and I tried to drop in some things, and I put them on my stream deck here so I could just like reach over off screen, hit a button, and drop in some of that stuff, like our socials, for example. We can just put in the chat. It helps out a lot, but I can easily see how, like, as you grow as a streamer, moderation and stuff like that to like filter out, things that you don't want in your chat would be difficult to maintain. But like, I kind of have the same, I think, philosophy as you as far as like running the D&D game. Like tonight, we had some friends that we know outside of the chat world, outside of the streaming world. We know them in real life, known them for a long time, and they dropped in. They get really chatty. They want to chat. My bestie, Chris, I love him, and he wants to, he looked like he was pretty busy tonight, but normally, like, he'll get going in the chat, and it's like if we're trying to do a topic or something, it's hard to split that attention. But especially when I run a game like this now, I know I'm going to want to focus on the players and make sure that they're all good and taken care of. And like for anybody who's in chat, hanging out and watching it, we also, Deacon and I, love taking suggestions. Like if you watch us for a little while, a couple episodes, you kind of get a feel of what we're running here as far as the game, which I'll come to in a minute and I'll tell you about. If you think of something cool, drop us a note in the chat. We appreciate it. And like Deacon, like if you get a chance, check out Wanderlust RPG's channel, because he's got a really cool thing where I think I showed you that for bits for channel points or whatever. You can name a villain and all that. That's some really cool stuff right there. It's a good way to get the chat interactive with what's going on in the game. So for those of you who
I popped over before, it just wasn't live, so I'll have to do that.
Yeah,
I'll have to go over when he's streaming.
Yeah, so for those of you tuning in, like, I'm sorry you caught the tail end of it, but Dante's game is a homebrew that I inherited the core rules for, such as it were, back in the, I want to say, very early 90s, 1990, 1991, from a group in Michigan that I was gaming with, that they had been running it for, like, probably at that point 15, 20 years. So it's got some depth. And it's a homebrew that's made up of original D&D, another game, fantasy game, which was really crunchy, called Chivalry and Sorcery. Another system that came out in the 80s by Bard Games called Arcanum. It's a fantastic standalone system. And then it's got some Warhammer Fantasy in it, Warhammer Fantasy roleplay. And then just sort of like take the best of those systems and make a system that really is fun, fast, and easy to nail and play. Because we don't really focus so much on the rules as we do the storytelling, and that's where the magic comes in. The game world that I'm running for the players is 42 years old this year. I've been running it since I was 12, and really cool. That's exactly right, A. Jimenez. We don't get bogged down in like, well, let me consult that table. I mean, I've got a table. You want a table? I got tables for you till the cows come home, But like, if we want to keep things moving, it's like, roll a d6 or roll a d20. Let's see what happens. Like do it on the fly, because it's all about having fun and trying to make sure that it flows smoothly. But yeah, the fantasy world. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice here. The fantasy world is going on 42 years old this year. I just knew from the very first D&D game that I played that I wanted to start building my own world. And I'll pull up a map here. We'll put that up on screen. And this is where the adventurers are doing their thing. Let's bring ahead on screen here. And for those of you who are very observant, you'll probably recognize several shapes of these continents. And basically, as a 12-year-old, I cribbed them from a world map. I'm like, ooh, I like the way England is shaped. Ooh, I like the way this continent is shaped, or this country. I mean, I literally have the shape of England and Scotland, and this one is Australia. But sometimes it makes things easy, and then I just fleshed it out and been world building ever since. But the gameplay is pretty cool. It's gritty. It's got the old school feel to it, but the storylines, I was talking about this earlier on stream. As a DM, I consider myself I'm an artist, and I'll take a blank canvas and I'll start painting. I'll see something will come to me, a vision will come to me, and I'll paint these broad brush strokes, and then I'll drop the players into that canvas, and I say it's your world now. You run around, you tell the stories, and based on their actions and their interactions and their relationships with NPCs in the game, that changes the direction of where they go. So a huge chunk of the game is story driven by the players themselves. So better than throwing beans on a sheet and tracing the outline of them. Yeah, that's true. It's a real good way to get a jump start on that, And I didn't really get into map making stuff like Campaign Cartographer or Dungini, which I don't even think Dungini is around anymore. Till I was like easily in my 20s probably, um, which is, good God, now like 25 years ago, if we're splitting the age in half roughly. I hate to admit. Which is crazy because my background is fine art, so you'd think that I'd love this stuff, right? But it's like, God, I don't want to do all that and create all this stuff. So, but it's fun. It's a labor of love. And as far as like world building and stuff, Deacon has been trying to get his campaign off the ground. Deacon runs a cyberpunk.
Yeah, that died pretty quickly.
Oh no! Is it like totally dead now, or is there still some life
I
in it?
wouldn't say it's totally dead, but the last time we played was in. I don't even know.
Hey, man, don't say 20s. I don't remember. My birthday's from 21 to 30. Yeah, I got a whole decade like that where it was mostly like raving and clubbing and a lot of stuff. Hey, Grumpy Potatoes is still here. Glad to see that. 20s were a long time ago. Yeah. Well, full disclosure, I turned 54. Yesterday was officially my birthday, but we're sort of like doing this as a birthday stream, and then we're celebrating it. Like in our little family, we have a tradition where typically we'll celebrate somebody's birthday for the whole weekend. So why not? Why just make it one day? Make it special with the people that you love, that the people you're with. So make it special for them. But yeah, I'm sorry, Deacon. So your Cyberpunk 2020 campaign, or see, I always screw it up. Is it Red or 2020?
It's Red. That's the newer edition. But yeah, no, we haven't played since October, and we haven't even used the group chat since November. So,
oh, that's really sad. So for everybody who's out there in chat, when you get a chance, check out the Grumpy Potatoes. They're another just absolutely fantastic duo that streams. I love them. They've been really super friendly to me. Been following them for I think a couple months now. Um, they run some great stuff. They do things like Valheim. And if you're wondering why I'm pronouncing it that way, I watched an interview with the two developers of the game, and they're Valheim instead of Valheim. And they also do, oh my God, it's right on the tip of my tongue. It's the pirate game.
Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves. Thank you, Deacon. So they play Sea of Thieves and a whole lot of other stuff, but usually when I tune in, it's one of those two games. Lately, it's been Sea of Thieves, and I totally love that. Saint Valentino, can you adopt me, please, and thanks. I'm not sure who that goes out to, Saint Valentino, but our house is always open to good people. So, and you would love the game room too. I don't know if I don't really have a picture I can put up here of our game room, but basically the wall.
I do actually have a picture of the game that you could put up.
I could, if I worked hard enough over here to drop it in as a media source, I could probably do that. But the wall that's behind Deacon and the wall that's behind me is a photograph, actually, that's used as a Zoom background, and that's from our game room. And that's been a labor of love since we moved in here 16 years ago into this house. And it took a whole lot of work.
I just shot you one on Discord.
All right, let me see what I can do here.
Well, it might not let me pull it up, actually.
I've got an idea that might work, but I don't know. I don't want to like bore the.
Yes, game room. That is normally where we stream from, actually, but since we're doing the game and we all have to be at our own computers, so
Yeah, doing the Roll20 thing, like I actually have to be in my office. Um, oh, thank you, Grumpy Potatoes. Yeah, and you know that's what I liked about your stream too. Is like, if I'm remembering correctly, it's your husband and wife team that do that. And I just thought that was awesome. So I'm drawn to a lot of streamers like that. That like another one I want to give a shout out to again. I did at the beginning of the stream, and you can catch a link to their channel as well on our homepage. Is Lantern Noir. A guy named Rob. He's really super cool, and he does it with his wife and his daughter. And it's just fantastic. You know, full disclosure, you know, I'm not going to say we're a totally quote unquote family friendly channel because we do drop f bombs now and then, you know, sometimes a little more than we should, but you know, we try to keep it real and you know, Deacon and I have really had fun. We started this last July, mid July, and we had just talked about for so long, like we got this cool game room, we got all these you know fancy toys and fun toys and COVID really sucks because we can't get people in person to game.
oh
Why
yeah.
don't we stream? What can we do? What can we do with this? How can we have fun and just you know bring a little happiness to the world around us? So Deacon, I totally lost my. I'm looking for. I'm gonna pop over to Discord here for that image, but again, it's gonna be that thing where like if I go into the if I go into the chat for the picture.
Oh, yeah. Do you want me to send it
it's
to you on
gonna-
like something else?
No, I'll pop back in real quick. Go here, and then I'm gonna go back to the call.
Oh yeah, that does mess it up.
Yeah. But then let
We
me
should
see.
figure out a better way to do that, huh?
Yeah. What's the best way? You know, again, I'm no master of OBS, so I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna add a new source. We're gonna add the image in here. Game. And then let me find that picture. Chat's probably like, man, this is lame. Oh, dude, it didn't save for some reason. I don't know where it went. I'm on my
Here,
desktop.
I can send it to you on Messenger. That'll probably be easier than going through Discord.
Wait, where are you sending it?
Messenger.
All right, give me just a sec. But anyway, so there isn't Dead Space. That's kind of what we do. We you know, we're still new to this, and we're building our community. And you know, check out our about page. It's got our socials, and I think I dropped them in the chat a little while ago. And you know, essentially, like, you know, I've got a streamer lounge there in our Discord server, and I want to start inviting some people to that because, you know, like I see there have been a lot of charitable people that I've been hanging out with. They've been really gracious about helping hype our channel, and we do the same. You know, obviously, if you look at our homepage, we auto host a lot of folks that are actually here in the chat. And it's our pleasure to do that because small streamers helping out other small streamers, I think, gets you a long way down the road. And there are a lot of things like oftentimes like even if I Google it, and I got some pretty good Google foo, you know, and I look on YouTube, sometimes I can't find answers to things that I really need to know, like how do I do this in Slobs or how do I do this, you know, in Moobot or whatever. And it'd be good to have some fellow streamers that we can chat with. All right, Deacon, I'm pulling that up. I'm trying to find.
It's just about to put in the Discord.
Yeah, no, I got it. It's good. It's all good. It just here. I'm gonna put this on the desktop again. It's going as a PNG. There we go. All right, and I'm gonna drop it in here now. Hopefully, I can find it. There it is. So that's the game room. That's like a very odd sort of overhead image of the game room. I've got a better one, but I'm not gonna torture the whole chat, right now trying to find that. Maybe I'll just do some promos for it. And they've got this really cool little video that we did, like a 360-degree video. So we're pretty serious. We're pretty hardcore when it comes to role playing games. We're very much into real life tabletop adventures, um, and the use of terrain. In fact, like that's where the game that I was running tonight, Dante's game, is an evolution of a game that we used to run in Michigan with a game called the 3D Gamers Group. And we call ourselves 3D Gamers because.
Here's a better picture of it. I should just use this one.
Oh my God, my cats destroy the villages like Godzilla. Oh, I've got pictures of that too. I've got pictures of that too. Absolutely. I'm gonna pull that off of the screen now. I could set up some Streamlab buttons later on, but I'm not gonna deal with that right now. But
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so yeah, we're pretty hardcore about that. And I make use of the terrain, so I like to set up my game sessions so that the players are going to get use of the whole table. And I'll do multi-section tables. Like if I've got a forest, I have different sections designated throughout the adventure. Like segment 1, you're going to be here. Segment 2, you're going to be here. Segment 3. And it makes it nice. It makes it really super easy to deal with encounters and whatnot because I've got it all set out and laid out already. But, yeah, we've got two.
Yeah, I was just... Oh, okay.
We've got two cats. We've got Zuzu, that's my little princess, and then we've got Pippin, and that's my wife's boy. And he's a bully. He beats up on Zuzu. But Zuzu is our game room mascot, so she loves to come down and hop on the game table. Well, thank you so much for tuning in, XOXO. Really appreciate that. Thanks so much for the support and the follow. Definitely tune back in. We'll be back here tomorrow night between 8 and 10 Central. And I think we're doing workbench stuff. We're doing fireside chat for the first hour and then workbench stuff.
I believe we are, yeah. Anyways, what I was going to say was, if you don't mind me cutting in here.
Go for it.
If you are not in the Discord, now would be probably a good time to join because I'm going to post some better pictures of the game room and of the game table itself. So
yeah, and I'll drop those links back
check that out.
Again.
So there is a better view of the game table. It's uploading there.
Yeah, I can't wait till we can get back to like IRL games. I really taken to Roll20. I gave it a try last year, but it was a half-hearted kind of. If I'm being honest, it was a half-assed attempt last year, and it didn't go well. And all the players were sort of like felt like they had their souls sucked out. And I felt the same way. And then I won this year at our local Game Con. They had a virtual segment of the Game Con in addition to the in-person. Right before Omicron hit, and they were giving away 1-year memberships to Roll20 at the premier level, the premium level, and I won one of those. So I was like, "Holy crap!" I got to set this up. So I threw myself into it full time, and Deacon can tell you I spent weeks working on maps and characters and macros and learning new stuff, and threw it in there, just to try to give it the good old college try. And it worked out really well, so how are you dealing with the 3D aspect playing on Roll20? We have to bust out of Pythagorean theorem. Yeah, pretty much, I mean, so full disclosure, this is the second time I've run Roll20 in a long, and when I say long, like a 4-hour game session online. The first one was we did a dry run as our season finality, that's weird, finale. Our season finale at the end of 2021. And it was a test run to see if I could do it, how I could manage it online, and I loved it. It was like crack. I was addicted instantly. I'm like, yep, can totally do this. Deacon was glad to be gaming again because we hadn't done tabletop gaming since about 6 months, maybe 3 or 4 months before the quarantine hit in 2019. We just had a lot of things going on that year in addition to a health scare I had, and so we took a hiatus. So this game session tonight is the second session, and as far as like the 3D aspect, like going from the tabletop to virtual is difficult because I've got my stable sets of buildings that I bring out on the table, whenever when the group's going to get together, and you're going to be in Arcadia today. Okay, well, I'm going to set out the castle, and I'm going to set out the walls and all the buildings and the harbor and all that,
Yeah,
and so and then they got the minis and are moving the minis around the table. Now it's sort of like I've got to build maps, and that's difficult because in my brain I've got a vision of what I want it to look like. And it's sort of like those memes you see, the Nailed It memes. You see the really beautiful cooking channel pictures of the recipes, and next to it you see the homemade version. It says Nailed It. That's kind of how I feel about the Roll20 maps. I try to find stuff that in my mind works for me based on how I envision my adventure world, but it doesn't always work out. So I've learned to compromise. So 250 hours into your campaign before starting, and then continuing builds to go.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
awesome. June of 2020. Okay, nice. That's a lot of hours to put into that. Yeah, that's right, A. Jimenez. They do like map tokens. The average is about $5 a pop. And the sad thing is, like, when you're looking at Roll20, you're like, ooh, I like this, but I don't like 75% of the other stuff that comes with this pack. But I do like these 5 that come in this other one. Now there's $10 because you want to get the 2 different tokens from the 2 different packs or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I do a lot of I don't do full-blown character illustration, but having a graphics background makes it easier. So what I do is I find a lot of stuff on Pinterest and Google, and I should probably be careful about saying it because, like, I don't want to get hit with copyright infringement. But I grab character art here and there, and then we'll bring it into this really great website called Token Stamp, and you can drop the character art into Token Stamp, and then it generates the tokens for you already, and then you just bring them in and drop them in. But now I'm doing it in Photoshop. I'm doing it on my own because I've had some issues with Token Stamp. Dungeon Draft has been a godsend for battle maps. I haven't tried that.
It has. I have actually tried that one, and it's pretty good from what I've done. So
that's good to hear.
I also have. I was gonna say they also have a lot of free packs that you can get, which is nice.
That's good to know. I'll have to look into that. I'll tell you what I use now. I'll pull up. Here's an easy one I can pull up. Let me get back over to Roll20. Change the view. So, well, okay, let me do this. So the map that you're looking at is a combination of several different programs. It started off with Dungini before they went out of business, and then it was a long time before I picked up another mapping program. I did used to use Campaign Cartographer in the early days, and there was another one that I can't remember the name of that went by the wayside. And then I got in on a Kickstarter about, I don't know, 5 years ago maybe, and it was for this program called Otherworld Mapper. And there was something about it that just drew me to it. It looked like it was simple and easy to use, and it cut out a lot of the headache of a lot of the other programs. And I said, this is about the pace where I'm at right now in my life. I don't have a whole lot of time that I can dedicate to making maps, but this looks like it'll help. So I converted all my basic outlines to shapes inside of Otherworld Mapper, and then added in the details with their overlays and their icons and whatnot. And I did some Photoshop stuff in here. Some of these are actual, like I've got to go to this one because this. Forget I got the camera view. This is actually, and it looks kind of nasty here, but this is actually a scan and knockout of a hand-drawn sketch that I did like when I was about 15. So some of these elements are like that, like there are hand-drawn things that are brought in. Some of these are stock art that I bought, like under a license, and then most of it's generated by Otherworld Mapper. All the icons and the different things that you see here, like that, So, okay, thanks, Grumpy Potatoes. I really appreciate you dropping in. Much love to you all.
Yeah, thank you.
And appreciate the birthday wishes and the support. And it was so fantastic to see you here. And I'm going to be there like next time you stream, if I'm around. And lot of times that's during the day when I'm working. So thanks for tuning in again. We'll see you. Have a good night.
Yeah.
But so dungeon draft. So Deacon, it sounds like you got a little experience with that too, huh?
A little.
It's a sister program that does overworld maps, very similar to what you have there. Oh, that's cool. That's good to know. So from here, like it's really cool. This is kind of a lower res because I didn't want to blow out Roll20. I learned my lesson the hard way setting up the original game. Um, I put in maps that were like way too high res because I'm spoiled like that, and it's like on a 4K monitor. I'm like, I want to see some detail. So this is an example of, and I've got an overlay. I've got a Roll20 overlay, a hex grid, but behind that is the map that was produced in Otherworld Mapper. And what's interesting is I was watching somebody stream the other night, and they were doing some world building and some map making, and they were using Incarnate, which everybody raves about. I've seen so many people rave about like Incarnate, and they had a lot of the same icons, a lot of the same art packs, which doesn't surprise me. It makes me think it looks nearly identical to Wonderdraft. Huh, okay. Yeah, Wanderlust, I'll bet you like what happens a lot of times with people who are into cartography and these types of fantasy map generators and map makers is they sell their artwork to the different companies. They do these art packs for add-ons. I learned that a long time ago through Dungini and Campaign Cartographer because I used to be pretty active in some of their old forums when bulletin boards used to be the big thing. Chat forums, not chat forums, but bulletin board forums. Incarnate was weird for me, but your head hurts when making maps. I hear you. I get that too sometimes. Which is like, for me now, I'm sort of I'm at the best point I could be at in my life, I guess, because I'm done with that. I think now, if there's anything I need to do for the players, it's pretty easy because I can usually get a head start from my base maps, my Otherworld maps. Like this, for example, if I really wanted to detail the village of Fallshire here, it'd be a real easy thing to do because I've got the main stuff around it, and then just go in and extrapolate on that and detail that segment out. Fortunately, my players don't ask for a whole lot of maps, even though in their inventory it says that they've got regional maps, like your character does, being a witch hunter, right? Or was that your bounty hunter, Deacon?
Honestly, I can't remember.
Dungeon Alchemist. Okay, is that a Kickstarter that's going on? To look that up. I'm gonna make a note of that. Dungeon Alchemist.
Yeah, we never look at our inventory.
Well, like I don't know if anybody caught this earlier, but like Deacon's character Thorin's got like 3 freaking inventory sheets. He had to have a whole separate one for the bag of holding, which included the armoire you were bitching about earlier.
Oh yeah.
Dungeon.
Well, it was I had one inventory sheet, and then the other inventory sheets were more like just party inventory.
Yeah. And when he says party inventory, he means it in both senses of the word. Because you were carrying what? A freaking wooden barrel of that high class
wooden
rum?
Wooden barrel of rum, an armoire full of fancy clothes.
Yeah.
What else? There were rugs, furniture, anything you needed for a party.
It was a Kickstarter. Okay.
Everything.
I appreciate that.
Everything in a 10-foot pole, literally.
Yeah, you had the 10-foot pole. And what's funny is like there's a book, Deacon, I don't know if you know this or not, if you ever saw this on my shelf back there in my resources, I've got a book called Everything and a 10-Foot Pole or something like that. It's God, I should remember the title of that, or maybe it's just called And a 10-Foot Pole, because that's the implication. It's like you got everything and a 10-foot pole. Yeah, one of the only parties I've run in the last 20 years has still makes use of a 10-foot pole. It's hilarious, but ironically, when you need it, it's funny how it comes in handy.
Yeah.
So, Jimenez, do you run games online too, or do you stream, or do you do? Is there I don't know who else is with us here in the chat, but like, anybody else aside from Wanderlust stream? If so, we'd love to give you a shout out. And Wanderlust, you had this thing. Saint Valentino does. I'm not sure if they're still here or not.
Either way, we can check them out.
Yeah, I was gonna try to put it back in the chat, but I don't know how to do that thing where like I put a link to them. That's the stuff I got to figure out, like how to unlock like posting URLs.
There's Scuttlebutt streams as well.
That's cool. Awesome. Used to run a game 2 years ago. Now just a player. Okay. Right on. All right. Well, if you do, definitely let us know. Like, I want to get to the point where I can start hyping up some other streamers here too, and like in the chat. So I'm gonna have to learn a little more about this bot that we just hooked up, this MooBot, so I can push those links out into the stream here. I don't know the shortcuts well enough to be able to do that fast, but definitely check out these streamers. For anybody else who's on here, check out WonderLustRPG. WonderLustRPG. I keep saying lost. I don't know why. It's like a Boston accent. Lost, Boston. WonderLustRPG. Let me get my radio voice on. And then Saint Valentino, Sir Scuttlebutt. I definitely recognize those names from the other night. You'll send another shout out resource. All right. Yeah, and then again, I know I got the channel set up for auto host, so I don't know how many people you can add on that list, but so we've been really like trying to be really appreciative of people and put their streams on there, put their channels on there, so we can get some cross promotion. Because again, that's what helps people hit that goal. And we're getting pretty close, Deacon. We're only like 8 away now from hitting the point where we might be able to hit affiliate. So that's fantastic. And I'll tell you, it's addictive. Like the more I do this, the more I want to do this. And especially after like tonight having such a fantastic game, and having all that positive feedback, that was really fantastic. That makes it for me, absolutely. The one thing I know that we can do is I know we can raid somebody, and what I'm going to do is I'm gonna do a couple things here. Here's one thing I should have done earlier. Let's pop this up on here, because that's got some of the information about who played tonight and who they played, their characters, and it's got a little bit of our stream schedule here. As confusing as that may be at the moment, so that chat window is going to go black over there. But what I would like to do, what I don't mind doing, is maybe we could raid another channel. Let's see what we've got here. Let me get logged in, see who's on. In all night, we got Akio. There we go. So I'm gonna try this. What's that, Deacon?
I was gonna say I think Joe went offline. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, are you talking about his new Border Kingdoms?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. I might need some guidance here. Is there a way to do? How do I raid a channel?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Let's see. I'm gonna go to my creator dashboard. I know there's got to be a way to do this, like through Streamlabs OBS. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I knew it had to be that, something like that. Okay, so we're gonna go raid Akio. All right, now Akio Ari is pretty cool. I met her along the way here. I took basically the whole month of December. Like Deacon and I stopped streaming pretty early to take a break for the holidays, and I just went crazy. I was staying up like literally almost 24 hours a day for a couple of
Yeah.
weekends there, and I was watching tons of streams, and I met a whole bunch of really cool people, and I just like totally got into it and met all these really cool people. And she's one of the ones that was in somebody else's channel originally, and I can't remember who. But we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do this. So, you know, we're gonna end our stream here. I'm gonna hang around and chat with her for a little while. Deacon, it'd be cool if you came in and chatted with her as well and introduced yourself.
Sure.
But I want to thank everybody for dropping in and for all the follows. Super awesome, Wanderlust. Thank you so much, man.
Yes.
It's so cool. A. Jimenez and St. Valentino and Sir Scuttlebutt, everybody. And
Thank
I'm
you
forgetting
all
some
for
names in
sticking
there.
around.
A Capricious Gamer. So hang with us. We're gonna. I hope I do this right. Here we go. I don't have a proper raid thing, so I hope that this works.
We'll figure it out in a second.
I put raid. So
there's a raid countdown.
Oh, there's a countdown. Where are you seeing that?
Jimenez put it in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Also, the stream is very behind for us, so.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is. It's also in the chat. Yep.
Oh, yeah, there we go. I see. Okay. Oh, and then we can raid now. It says raid now.
All right.
Here we go. Let's see. I've got her pulled up in Twitch, but I don't see if it's coming over. On... There we go. That's fantastic.
Let's go, Black Dragon Tavern. Thank you so much for that raid. GTKO, let's work people. My shirt was no longer with me. I was about to put it on. It is one hell of a vibe. Oh, hey, Jimenez. Thank you so much for that follow. Enjoy that Sharpie dance.
It's kind of funny because I keep forgetting that, like, she can't hear us, but, you know, we can hear each other.
Yeah. I'm not going to stick around for too long. I have to go. I have to get all my stuff set up for tomorrow because I got to go to the crusade, but...
Yeah.
Wanderlust, thank you so much for that follow, see. Enjoy that soccer dance. I'm not gonna lie, see. It's very
Alright, I'm going to drop out of here.
Okay. Alright, thanks. I'm going to disconnect from Discord then, and then I don't know what I need to do with our stream, actually, to be honest.
And I wish, I definitely wish that more people talk like this on a more consistent basis.